지금 있는 거죠? PPT 세팅이 놓쳤죠, 그죠? 리허설 하느라고 온라인, 그죠?
두 번째입니다. 네, PPT 넘기겠습니다.
뭐 다 아시는 거겠지만 PPT가 슬라이드로 다 확장이 돼 놓으면 바꾸는 걸로 하겠습니다.
요거
스위칭은
제목이 지금 두 줄로 처리되어 있는데 그냥 넘어갈까요?
이거요.
네,
이장표
네,
저거 정리 좀 해주는 걸로
네.
끝나고
감사합니다.
다음 슬라이드 스탠바이 하고 다음은 김태형 팀장님 발표 감사합니다. 다음은 한국철도공사 여객계획처의 박두호 처장님을 모시고 철도 부분에 관해 발표를 듣도록 하겠습니다. 발표 제목은 지역 간선 충주교통으로서 고속철도의 역할과 과제입니다. 등단 PPT
네, 안녕하세요. 발표 시작하겠습니다.
안녕하십니까. 2020 글로벌 코리아
Good
박람회
afternoon.
컨퍼런스 세션 중 한국의
Welcome
교통 인프라
to the
분야의
session on
진행을
Korea's
맡은
transportation infrastructure.
한국교통연구본부장 이상민입니다.
My name is
반갑습니다.
Isang-min of the Korea Transport Institute.
오늘 약 100분 동안 진행될
For about
한국의
100
교통 인프라
minutes,
분야
we will be
세션에서는
conducting the
네 가지
session
부분,
on
공항,
Korea's transportation
철도,
infrastructure
도로, 그리고
covering
스마트
road,
모빌리티
railway,
분야에 대해서
airport, and
주요
smart
관계
mobility.
기관의
We
전문가분들을
will
모시고
invite
말씀을
experts
듣고
from
함께
relevant
토론하는
organizations
시간을
to
가질
listen to their
예정입니다.
presentations, followed by
본격적인
discussion.
발표와 토론에 앞서
Before we go into the
한국교통연구원
presentation, we would
오재학
like to
원장님을
invite
모시고
President Oh Jae-hak
대회사
of the
말씀을
Korea
듣도록
Transport
하겠습니다.
Institute
오재학
for his
원장님을
opening
무대로
remarks.
모시겠습니다.
Let us invite President Oh to the stage.
네, 여러분 반갑습니다.
Good afternoon, ladies and
오늘
gentlemen.
아침부터
Starting from this morning, we're having this 2020 Global Korea Convention. The opening ceremony was very successful with many VIPs in attendance. And the opening ceremony included many interesting discussions and features.
첫 번째
This is day 2 of the Global Korea Convention, and it is the second session following the opening ceremony.
그 분야 인프라 협력 분야를 가지고
In this session, we're going to discuss transportation infrastructure of Korea. This session is hosted by the Korea Transport Institute,
네 개 기관 인천
and we have Incheon International Airport Corporation,
한국철도공사,
the Korail,
한국도로공사,
and Korea Express Corporation that have been organizing this session together. So it is indeed a very meaningful session.
오늘 지금 세션은
As
아마
you may know,
생중계가 되는 거기
this session
때문에
is being broadcast live.
들어오신 여러 시청자 여러분,
So there are those who are watching this session online, and there are people who are here on site. Thank you very much for your participation.
그 인프라
As you may know, the transport infrastructure in Korea is well recognized, especially the World Bank and ADB and OECD
짧은 기간에
are very interested in how Korea was able to build excellent and high quality transportation infrastructure in Korea in such a short period of time.
자주 받아요.
So I often receive
오늘 아마
questions
이제
about this.
발표를 듣다 보면은
As you listen to these presentations, you will be able to better understand the secrets or success factors behind our transportation infrastructure.
뭐 여러 가지 비결도 있지만 또
There
앞으로
may be
저희들이
many
그동안에 시행착오를 거쳐서
important
개발한
recipes,
습득한 여러 가지 발전
but
경험을
at the same time, we have been able to accumulate a lot of knowledge and expertise and
기술을 필요로 하는
know-how.
여러분들과
And
함께
we are here
협력을
to
하고
share our
공유를 할수
experiences
있는
and knowledge
그런
with
계기가
those who
만들자는
are
게
in
오늘
need
아마
for
세션의
such expertise.
목적이 아닌가 생각을 합니다.
I believe
그래서
that's the purpose of this
한
session.
100분 동안에
For the
네 개
next
발표가
100
이루어지는데
minutes, there will be 4
발표를
presentations.
듣고
And
혹시
after all the
질의나
presentations
또
are
말씀하실 거
delivered,
있으면
if you have any questions or
자연스럽게
comments,
손을 들고 말씀해
please
주시면
raise your hand,
좋은 그 시간이 될 걸로
and this will
생각합니다.
contribute to our
다시
discussion
한번
session.
저희
Once again,
그 한국의
thank you very much for joining us for the session on transportation infrastructure of Korea as part of the Global Korea Convention 2020. Thank you.
오재학 원장님의
Thank you very much,
세션에
President
대한
Oh
개요 그리고
Jae-hak,
세션에
for
대한
your
의미에
opening
대한
remarks covering
개회사를
the meaning of this session
말씀하셨습니다.
as
감사드립니다.
well as the
그럼
contents to be
지금부터
covered.
본격적으로 네
Let
분의
us now
발표와
go
네
on
분의
to the
토론
4
시간을
presentations
갖도록 하겠습니다.
followed by
첫
4
번째 발표로
designated discussants.
공항
The
부분에서
first
K
presentation will
방역으로
be on airports.
세계의 모범을 보이고 있는 인천
It will be
국제
presented
공항공사
by
스마트
the Incheon
방역
International
커뮤니케이터
Airport
홍서연
Corporation,
팀장님의 발표를 듣도록
Ms.
하겠습니다.
Hong So-yeon
부탁드리겠습니다.
of the Smart Disease Control Team. Your presentation, please.
안녕하세요.
Good afternoon. As have been introduced, I am leading the
오늘
Smart
제가
Disease
말씀드릴
Control Team
내용은
at the International Airport
인천공항이 코로나
Corporation,
팬데믹 상황에 어떻게 대응해왔는지
I would like to
그리고
share
글로벌
with you
공항과
how the
비교해서 무엇이
Incheon International
차별화되어 있는지
Airport
그리고
has
앞으로
conducted
백신과
disease
치료제가
control
보급되고
during
점진적으로 항공수요
COVID-19,
회복이
how we are
예상되는 위드
differentiated
코로나 시대에
from
대비해서
other
무엇을
airports,
준비하고
and
있고
what
준비해야
are we
하는지입니다.
preparing for the future where we are living with
공항
COVID-19.
방역의 개념은 금방 코로나
The
사태
concept
전후로 완전히
of disease
바뀌었습니다.
control
코로나
has completely
이전에는
changed
해외
before
오염 국가에서
COVID-19 and
전염병이
after
유입되는 것을
COVID-19.
방지하고
Before
방지하는 입국 방역
COVID-19,
위주였고요.
it was
또
mostly
고위험
about
국가에서 입국하는
quarantine
여객들의
to
자발적인
keep
신고에
disease out, and
의존했었습니다.
it was
이에 비해
mainly
코로나
based on
이후에는요.
voluntary
안전한
disclosure by the
여행을 보장할 수
passengers.
있는 감염
But
확산
after
방지 등의 모든
COVID-19,
활동을
it is
포함하게
all
되었습니다.
activities to
결국은
prevent
출국
the
방역의 개념이 처음으로
spread
등장하게
of
됐고요.
disease.
이에
And
따라서
so that
방역에
is why
있어서
we have
공항과
come up with the
항공사의
concept
역할이
of
중대가
smart disease
되었습니다.
control,
또한 현재
and it calls for the
방역이 공항
heightened role
경쟁력을
of
결정하는 데
airline
중요한 요소로
companies and
작용하게
airports
되었습니다.
themselves.
인천공항은 코로나
At the
이전에는
Incheon
연간
International
7천만 명이
Airport,
이용하는
we used to
국가 최대
have
관문으로
70
해외
million
전염병이
people
유입되는 것을
using
막는
the
방역의
airport,
최전선 역할을
and so it was the
수행해왔습니다.
gateway into Korea and
우리나라는
therefore the
금번 코로나
first
사태에
gate
100%
to
국경을
preventing disease
폐쇄하는
control.
정책을 추진하는 대신에
Instead
효율적이고
of
안전한
locking
방역
down
프로세스를
our
도입해서
borders, we
바이러스
have
유입을
introduced
차단함과
effective
동시에 경제적 피해를
processes for
최소화하는
disease
정책을
control
채택을
so
했습니다.
that we can keep
인천공항
the
이러한
disease
국가
out while
정책을
maintaining
100% 지원을 하기
economic
위해서
interests.
노력을
And
해왔고요.
we have conducted efforts to finance various
올해 1월
activities
20일에
related
국내
to
첫
this.
확진자가 발생하면서
On
감염성
January
위기 정보가
21st,
주의
the
단계로
first
선언되었습니다.
confirmed case
인천공항은 이에
of
맞춰 선제적으로
COVID-19 was found in
비상대책본부로
Korea.
가동하였습니다.
We
또한 3월
started to operate an
26일에는 공기업
emergency
최초로
team.
비상 경영을
In
선포하고
March, for the
출국
first time
영역
as a
대상으로
government-run
3단계 발열 체크를 시행하고
corporation,
공항
we
산업
announced
생태계의
that we will go into
피해
emergency
방지를
management.
위해서 피해 최소화를 위한 대책을
We started to
마련하였습니다.
come up with strategies to minimize the damage
하지만
from
이러한 노력에도
COVID-19.
불구하고
But despite
코로나가
these efforts,
장기화되면서
we had
감염으로
prolonged
우려와 여행 후
infections
자가
of
격리에 대한 부담
COVID-19.
때문에
And so
여행
because
심리가
of
많이
the burden
위축이
of
되었습니다. 이에 따라서
self-quarantine
항공산업
after
생태계
travel,
또한
we have
최대 위기를
seen
맞게
a
되었습니다.
sharp drop in
따라서
the number of passengers,
금번 코로나
which has
사태가
led to a
완전히
crisis for
해결될
both
때까지
airports and
공항
airline
당국이
companies.
이
And
수요
so
회복 및
until the end
그리고
of
항공산업
COVID-19,
생태계가 지속될
it
수
seems
있도록
that
적극적인 위기
it will be
극복,
very
대책을
difficult to
마련할
maintain our
필요성이
ecosystem. So we
제기되었습니다.
need active planning to make sure that we can maintain the
안전한 여행에 대한 요구가
airline
증가하고
ecosystem.
방역이 공항 운영 수준을 결정하는 중요한 요소로
We
부각되고
believe
있는
that
현재
disease
시점에
control is very
인천공항은
important in
혁신을
deciding
기반으로
the
기반으로 한 스마트 방역
operation
추진을 통해서
of
기존 대응
airports,
체계의 한계를
and so
극복하고자
we
노력을
are
하고
making
있습니다.
efforts to overcome
앞에서
the limitations
말씀드렸다시피
in
기존의
existing disease
검역은 입국
control
검역
measures.
위주였고
Most of the
입국하는
quarantine
여객들의
was
자발적인
focused
신고에
on
의존했습니다.
quarantine
그렇기
of those
때문에
coming
취약병이
into the
발생할
country,
수밖에
and it
없었는데
was based
이러한 부분에
on
대해서
mostly
인천공항은
voluntary
첨단
disclosure
기술을
of
기반으로 한
diseases.
출입국 안심
And so there
프로세스를
are
도입해서
limitations, but
극복하고자
by
노력하고
introducing a
있습니다.
smart system,
또한 방역 주체
we are
간의
trying to
정보 공유가
overcome
미비해서
limitations.
개별적으로
In the
대응하는
past,
기율이
it was
발생하기도
difficult to
했는데요.
respond
앞으로는
together with
유증자
other
발생 시
airline companies
정보를
and
서로
airports.
방역 주체가
But
공유해서
now we have a
빈틈없는
system
방역
to
체계를
share
운영하고자
information
합니다.
so that we can have
또한
watertight
현재 입국 시
quarantine
코로나 음성
systems.
확인서 의무 제출을 요구하는 국가가 증가하고
There are many
있습니다.
countries that
결국은
ask
출국
for
프로세스에
a
공항
document
확인
to
절차가
prove that
추가됐다고
you
보시면
are
되겠는데요.
proven
이에 따라서
COVID-19
여객분들이 해외
negative,
출국하기
and
이전에
so
코로나 음성
we
확인을 위해서
have
병원
a
방문하셔서 검사를
platform
받고
where
서류를 발급받고 이러한 번거로운
we
절차를
are
거치고
able to
계십니다.
provide
따라서
convenient
이러한 모든
services to the
절차를
passengers
공항에서 월스탑으로
so that
지원하기
all
위한
of the
공항의 검증센터
COVID-19
설치를
testing and the
설치
results
필요성도
and
제기됐습니다.
documentation could be done at a
저희가
one-stop
생각하는
station
스마트 공항
at the
방역
airport.
모델은요.
The
ICT와
smart
진단
disease
기술을
control
공항의 출입국
model at
프로세스와
airports that we
융합해서
envision is the
항공 여행의
combination of
안전성과 신뢰성을
ICT with the
확보하며
existing
원스톱 방역
quarantine
모델을
system
구축하는
so that we
것입니다.
have a one-stop
해외
quarantine
방역 모델
system.
기준의 3T
We have
프로세스를
3T
인천공항에
processes
위치한 IT 시스템과
for the
시설
disease
그리고
control
공항
in
운영
Korea,
노하우를
and we
바탕으로
wish to
총괄적으로 지원하는
incorporate
체계를
the three
마련하는
T's
것을
into the
의미합니다.
existing system that we have at our airports.
인천공항은 아태지역 공항
The
최초로
Incheon
세계공항
International
공항
Airport
협의회 공항 방역 인증을
was
취득했습니다.
certified to be AHA by the ACI for the first time in Asia Pacific region, which means that we have been proven to have an excellent disease control system. As we have mentioned before you go abroad, many countries are asking that you present them with a certification that you have been tested and have been proven to be negative. And so, at the Frankfurt International Airport, the airport corporation, airline company, and a pharmaceutical company actually cooperates together to have a result in 3 hours. And the results are provided online. The Vienna International Airport provides a similar service. In Japan, as you're well aware, at the Narita International Airport, rather than using a swab that swabs the nose, they actually use saliva, and that actually is an easier way to conduct testing, and so it does not call for the intervention of an expert. And when people leave the Narita International Airport, they're able to utilize a system that can provide the testing results in 3 to 7 hours. The cost for this type of service is about 39,000 yen. At the international airport, we also have a check-in process with added quarantine measures, and so that is why we are planning a diagnostic center at the international airport, and currently we are in the procedure to conduct screening at the airport, but the actual test results will be brought in from the outside. But in January, we believe that we will be able to bring in the testing into the airport, and so that means that we can shorten the time that it takes to get the results to 4 months. If the PCR test, which is quite rapid, is introduced in Korea, that would mean that we can shorten the time again to 2 hours. The screening will be for those who are traveling abroad. We will not be testing those with symptoms. The cost of the testing will be based on the government set levels. We do have hope because we hear news of vaccinations being developed, and so if vaccination starts early next year, we will see an increase in the number of airline passengers. But many people will be waiting for vaccines, and until then, and until we have collective immunity, then it will take some time. And so we believe that there will be a gradual deregulation of self-quarantine. So for the next year or two, we will need to have promotional programs for us to recover travels, and we need to have measures that are appropriate for the with COVID-19 era. During the next 1 to 2 years until we see the recovery, then we need to have, for example, travel bubbles. If we introduce travel bubbles, what would be some appropriate regions to introduce travel bubbles? We need to take a look at the disease control level and the number of confirmed cases in the target country, as well as the potential demand for travel. If we have had any experience with conventions in the past, and if there are a past record of high number of travelers, then those countries would be the first that would be targeted as a travel bubble partner. So we believe that we will introduce an end-to-end program for the travel bubble partners, and in introducing travel bubbles, the biggest hindrance is the concern that that type of travel will bring in diseases from overseas. So therefore, we will need to conduct screening upon arrival at the airport to make sure that those who are coming in do not have the coronavirus. And if we're able to conduct this, promise and prove with figures that travel bubbles will not lead to the increase of the influx of diseases, then we believe that we can win the trust of the public and travel will naturally increase. In order to support travel bubbles, we would need to have rapid testing. We would need to have rapid testing on massive scales at the airport. But as of now, the PCL test that is currently being used in Korea has great merits, such as the high accuracy, but the screening itself is difficult and it takes a long time, so it may not be appropriate for the airport. So we may need to use rapid PCR that is being used in emergency rooms, as well as testing using saliva. And for the other alternative testing, it may not be accurate as the PCL that is currently being used, but it could be used as a supplementary measure. And so the testing at the airport are testing solely to support the safe use of airlines. And so depending on the period of travel, we would need to utilize different testing methods to increase the accuracy of the results. To expand the travel bubble, there is a movement to introduce digital health passports. The World Economic Forum has actually introduced a common pass that is basically a universal health passport. This service actually uses information that is quite sensitive, such as whether or not a person has a certain virus or that if a person has certain antibodies. And so since it deals with very sensitive information, it should be issued by the government and managed by the government. The Incheon International Airport is preparing to conduct such a service. And we hope that we could have a mobile app. And if some people are proven to be a confirmed case of a certain disease, then we would actually use this app to track their travel routes. And so we need to also have unmanned kiosks for the issuance of documentation so that the services can be provided conveniently to the passengers. The industry surrounding airports has gone through various difficulties throughout the year, but we hang our hopes on the news of vaccinations, and we hope that the Incheon International Airport can provide appropriate services for the with COVID-19 era. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your presentation on the K Airport Disease Control Model. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Next, we will hear a presentation on smart mobility in implementing smart cities. We will invite Mr. Kim Tae-hyung, team leader of the Smart City Transport Research at the Korea Transport Institute. Good afternoon. As introduced, I am Kim Tae-hyung, working at the Korea Transport Institute. These days, smart city is a global agenda. Many countries are implementing smart city projects and initiatives, and in Korea as well, the Korean government has implemented various measures to establish smart cities. What I'm going to discuss in my presentation is that while there are many aspects of smart city implementation, I'm going to zoom in on to smart mobility because it provides mobility services for the citizens. And this is also going to create value for the citizens. Therefore, in my presentation, I'm going to discuss how we need to build smart mobility as part of smart city implementation. First of all, I'm going to discuss the current status of smart city and smart mobility. Globally, as I mentioned, there are many smart city and smart mobility projects, but there's no unified definition of what smart city is and what smart mobility is. So I'm going to touch upon this topic. And then, in order to build a smart mobility infrastructure, what do we need to do? What direction do we need to take? And then I will conclude with some policy recommendations. Today, there are more than 4,000 smart city projects that are underway globally. You can see that many countries and many cities are pursuing smart city projects depending on their goals and visions. According to our survey, in Korea as well, we have about 80 different local governments and municipalities. They have dedicated teams for smart city implementation. And in these organizations, they are carrying out a variety of projects. In addition, many smart city-related services are already available. For instance, there are autonomous driving shuttles, and other autonomous driving services are either offered on a commercial scale or on a pilot scale, and many micro-mobility services for individual users are available as well. And smart parking and smart pedestrian crossing and other smart mobility services are being developed or offered globally. They are either on a full commercial scale or on a pilot basis. In Korea as well, there have been many efforts at the government level to promote smart city. So the government has announced a smart city strategy and a comprehensive plan. So in 2018, the comprehensive plan for smart city implementation was announced, and the third smart city comprehensive plan was announced in July 2019. Unlike other previous projects or services, the comprehensive plan includes very specific tasks to be implemented and what technology solutions need to be applied and what kinds of collaborations are needed among the different stakeholders. So as I explained, there is a growing interest in smart city and smart mobility implementation all around the world. However, when you conduct a survey on what is going on, you can find that there's a lack of unified understanding of what smart city is and what smart mobility is. There are many different countries and many different cities that have different visions and different understanding of smart city and smart mobility. Therefore, there are differences in terms of their definitions. As a result, there's a lack of clear understanding or definition of smart mobility, which is a core part of smart city implementation. And secondly, Korea, as well as in many other countries, when they are carrying out smart city and smart mobility projects, they often find that there is a lack of a comprehensive strategy for smart city and smart mobility, and there are not many clear guidelines in implementing smart city solutions. In addition, in the past, for several decades, we pursued ITS and U-City projects, but they were mainly for the benefit of the managers and operators. But now we're shifting to smart mobility and smart city, where we need to build mobility services that cater to the needs of the users, and this is something that is not provided yet. So now, as we are pursuing smart city and smart mobility services, we need to make sure that these services are in line with the needs of the users. But in reality, many of the so-called smart mobility services are a continuation of ITS or U-City solutions. And in some other cases, fourth industrial revolution related technology is being applied. And there are services that users will experience and use. But unfortunately, there is not enough legal or regulatory framework that can govern smart mobility solutions and services. And so these are the areas that need to be improved. Now, first of all, how can we establish smart city and smart mobility? in a successful manner. Before we talk about the details of implementing smart city and smart mobility solutions, we first need to have a clear understanding and a definition of smart city and smart mobility. As I said, in many countries there are smart city and smart mobility projects, but they may have different objectives and different directions. Likewise, in Korea, we need to develop a clear definition of smart city and smart mobility that cater to the specific needs of the Korean population and the Korean situation. And that means that we need to put in place a clear definition of smart city and smart mobility. Now, what we did was to gather all kinds of definitions out there. There are more than 120 definitions of smart city globally. And by examining these definitions, we were able to select 40 smart city related keywords, and then they were grouped in 8 different categories. As you can see here on the slide, these are the keywords that need to be incorporated in smart city projects. These need to be for the benefit of citizens, and they also have to be inclusive, and they need to promote local development and social integration. So these were the keywords that need to be included in the definition of smart city. Moving on to smart mobility. We applied the same methodology to analyze the definitions of smart city, and we found 30 different definitions of smart mobility around the world. We did some categorization and analysis, and we were able to extract 5 keywords. First of all, smart mobility is about a paradigm shift, and it is based on automation and integration. And smart mobility is based on advanced technology to offer mobility services, and it will be based on ICT and telecommunications technology. And smart mobility has to be inclusive, and it has to contribute to improving the quality of life of people. And we also have to make sure that smart mobility will promote social integration and cohesion. So after these analyses, we did some work on developing various directions and strategies for smart mobility implementation in Korea. And the first step would be, as you can see here, we should evaluate the level of mobility by city and by region, and depending on the circumstances of the local communities, we would have to set up strategies for smart mobility. Globally, there are many projects underway, and in Korea, many local governments are pursuing smart mobility solutions. They seem to focus a lot on applying advanced technology, while there is not enough consideration of the physical and digital infrastructure. But in order for smart mobility projects to be successful, they need to be carried out in consideration of the local situations. But unfortunately, many of the ongoing projects seem to try to incorporate all the available technology in one set. But we should be able to evaluate the level of mobility at first, in the beginning, and after assessing the level of mobility in a city, they can put priority on certain areas, and then depending on their expectations, they will develop social mobility services that will cater to the local needs. So this should be the first principle in carrying out smart mobility solutions and projects. So, together with World Bank, we are currently developing the smart mobility service guidelines for developing countries. And once again, these guidelines mention that the local situations, including the local transportation infrastructure and other physical infrastructure, have to be considered. And so we're developing the guidelines for this. For instance, in Vietnam, we can apply these guidelines in setting up the vision and the specific goals, and then offer a business model that can be applied in Vietnam. In addition, we need to engage citizens in building smart mobility services. As I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, smart mobility services have to be the kinds of services that customers or users want. In the past, ITS or UCT projects were not carried out in that direction. But now, in promoting smart mobility today, we need to involve our citizens so that we can develop solutions that our users, our citizens really want. And this is the kind of approach that we need to take. First, we need to identify the kinds of services that citizens want, and by implementing them, the citizens can enjoy these convenience. In Busan or in Seoul, we may apply this methodology in building a smart mobility framework. There are many different smart mobility services, and we need to check whether citizens want these kinds of services. And in order to test that, we can build smart mobility living labs in these cities. And then citizens will participate in this project to experience these services first, and then they will provide us with feedback, and then we can improve the smart mobility services again. So that's what we're doing right now as well. In addition, we should be able to integrate smart mobility data and share them with relevant stakeholders. Because what we really want is to provide smart mobility that is so convenient that citizens would give up on driving their own cars and use smart mobility services. In order to ensure that, we should be able to utilize all the available data that is generated in that city. And this big data and data analysis will help enhance smart mobility services for the users. And to do so, we need a smart mobility platform on which data will be generated and collected and analyzed. And based on this integrated platform, we can offer more convenient services. Currently, in the pilot city as well as in the smart city R&D, this data platform construction is a key project. And at our institute, we're providing all the necessary support. And to provide such smart mobility services, we need a smart mobility governance framework. When you think about it, mobility is a combination of public and private services. Therefore, there are many different stakeholders involved in providing smart mobility. And to manage all these relationships, we need a smart mobility governance framework. To provide effective smart mobility services from the very beginning to the end, the smart mobility governance framework has to be effectively operated. Currently, in the smart city, pilot city, and also in Daegu City, we are implementing this framework. And finally, what we need is the legal and regulatory framework that can regulate the mobility. For instance, we may need to apply the regulation sandbox, and in order to make sure that all the smart mobility services are beneficial, we should be able to reform our regulations. Some of the regulations will need to be lifted, and some legal and other frameworks will need to be updated and revised. Now, in conclusion, I'd like to make some policy recommendations. As I mentioned, to provide successful and beneficial smart mobility services, we need to take into account all the local characteristics. And smart city and smart mobility solutions have to be created and built in consideration of these local aspects. And then we need a governance framework and the legal framework. And in providing and developing and providing services. There may be technological aspects as well, including the platform and data. And only when these elements are all ready, we will be able to create a smart city and implement the smart mobility services for the people. And also, we have to make sure that smart mobility and the entire system is in a sustainable manner. Thank you.
최근에 미래 교통의
Recently,
방향으로 스마트
in
시티,
responding to
스마트
future
모빌리티,
transportation, smart city, smart mobility, autonomous driving, and related research is being conducted actively. And as part of that, smart mobility and smart city research is conducted here at the Korea Transport Institute. And Dr. Kim, thank you very much for your presentation.
Next, we would like to invite Mr. Park Do-ho of Korail to listen to his presentation on the rail system. His presentation is titled The Role and Task of High-Speed Railway as an Inter-Regional Connection Transportation.
네, 안녕하십니까.
Good afternoon.
지역 간선 중추 교통
I would like to take this opportunity to talk about the role and tasks of high-speed railway as the core transportation means to connect regions.
저희 대한민국의 철도는
Well, the railway in the Republic of Korea is in itself the history of Korea. And so I would like to talk about the past, present, and future of Korea's railroad. So this is the path that the Korean rail went through. In June of 1894, we first started the connection between 제물포 and 노량진. And in 2018,
1894년 6월 28일 날
we
조선 공무임은 산하에
have
철도국이 개창된 사실에 근거해서 철도의 날을
redesignated the Day of the Rail to June 28th to commemorate the first operation. In 1974, we first started the subway station for the capital area. We actually have 3.2 million passengers per day. And for the high-speed railway, we opened its service in 2004. This is the fifth high-speed railway service that was opened. And in 2002, we actually changed our name to Korail. From 2007, because we opened the KTX line in Sancheon in 2008, we started the preparations in 2007, and in 2010 we launched the second phase of the Gyeongbu Railway. In 2015 we opened the Honam Railway, and in 2015 again, we actually achieved the 11th anniversary as well as 500 million passengers in total. Currently, we have 6 million passengers in total. As of the end of 2017, we opened the KTX line connecting Seoul with Gangneung, and in 2018, we hosted the Pyeongchang Winter Olympics, and during the Olympic period, we actually conducted 33% of the transportation demand using the railway, and we actually received a presidential plaque of appreciation, and we have been complimented by the IOC members. At that time, we had great inter-Korean relations, and so we actually had a field visit for the connection between the two Koreas, and we have actually conducted the groundbreaking ceremony. Through such efforts, you can see that compared to 2004, the number of passengers on our interregional routes have increased by 25.5%, But despite the growth of the railway, we did go through some tragic accidents. There was the accident in the Gwangmyeong station in 2011, the accident in Daegu in 2013, and we also had the Gangneung KTX accident in 2018. From Korail's perspective, this still leaves us with quite a bit of homework on our hands. And based on these accidents, we are focused on prioritizing safety as our management goal, and we also hope to inspire our passengers. We wish to become a smart railway trusted by the people. To achieve this goal, we have conducted various efforts. First, we have expanded the budget for smart safety so that we can take care of any potential risks to danger. Based on data, we conduct risk management so that we can establish and advance the safety management system. The budget has been increased by threefold for safety, and currently it stands at 8.7 trillion won, so it is quite a large budget for safety. Furthermore, we also wish to conduct preemptive risk management. So our emergency drill training has been strengthened to be very close to the heart of the railway. We wish to become passenger-centered in our danger management. And so we have actually been able to reduce the number of accidents by about 16%. And so we wish to win the trust of our passengers so they will feel safe using our railway. And here you could see various accidents, and concerning this, we have been able to reduce passenger-related accidents by 37% so that we could prioritize the safety of our passengers. And second is service. We wish to become a railway service that wins the heart of our customers. Let's take a look at some of our efforts. We have been able to make sure that we keep the time of our customers with the world's top-level management. Our on-time operation is at 99.7%. In France, I understand that it's actually at 89%, so it's considerably higher than France, and you can see that it's close to 100%. We also utilize the smart transportation platform for the convenience of our customers. We have Wi-Fi available for all stations and inside the trains so that passengers can be provided with accurate and convenient services. We introduced Zero Pay for the first time as a government-owned company, and so we have about 1,000 stores where Zero Pay can be used related to the railway. We also operate the Korail Talk. Through the time-saving service that we operate, you are able to change your ticket to the next available train rather than the train that you have reserved. Many customers are utilizing the time-serving service. The number of passengers that actually issue their tickets on their own using their mobile platform is actually 16% higher than it used to be in 2015, recording 81.2%. Next, let's take a look at cooperation with growth through the railway. We actually wish to grow with SMEs, and so that is why we utilize 84% of our purchasing from SMEs. This is so that we could have co-prosperity and co-growth with our SMEs.
또 함께 발전하고 공정하게 거래하기 위해서
In order to have fair trade,
여기 매장이나
when we operate stores at railway stations, we always make sure that we are in coexistence with SMEs. You will be able to find various stores that display SME products at our stations. We also work with about 200 suppliers, and so we actually host large-scale exhibitions with our partners so that we can grow together. Through the platform that we have, we support the growth of SMEs, and we also have a system to share the profits with SMEs. Last but not least, let's take a look at the future of Korail. We wish to become an eco-friendly railroad. First, we believe that the same-day travel available to railways would be expanded. So we wish to become effective and competitive railway that leads local development, and safe and convenient railway. According to the third national plan for railways, we have 6 directions for the development of railway, and we will continue to expand the same-day travel area using the railway. And according to these plans, we are looking for the introduction of new trains, especially trains that can go up to the speed of 320 kilometers per hour. We actually have 280 trains that can go at this speed, and the quasi-high-speed trains that can go up to 260 kilometers per hour. We will add about 200 trains of that. We will also add trains that can travel at the speed of 150 kilometers per hour, and they will be operated as regular trains, and we will introduce 450 trains that can go up to 150 kilometers per year. So these additional trains will be purchased at about 3 trillion won, and we will continue to introduce them gradually throughout the next several years so that we can actually switch out all of the old trains. And concerning the quasi-KTX routes, we will be introducing the 260 kilometers per hour trains. According to this third national railway plan, we will be expanding the coverage of our railway from 3,888 kilometers to 5,364 kilometers, which is a 38% increase. We believe that the percentage of transportation operated by rail will increase by 5 percentage points from 15% to 20%. We believe that active exchanges between regions and the capital area will also become possible. Currently, we have some bottlenecks, and these bottlenecks will be solved with additional investments, especially the Susek-Seoul route and the Kumcheon route, as well as the route between Pyeongtaek and Osong will also be improved to reduce bottlenecks. In order to have high-speed rail between regions, we will add routes, and that means that we could have competitiveness compared to overland transportation, and we will also be able to reduce transit time within the capital area by 30 minutes. Compared to the population, we believe that the railway services can be enhanced to about 60% level, and for the high-speed rail, we would be able to increase it to 25% from the current 20%. We hope that we will be able to open the continental rail era by connecting the two Koreas. Now, last but not least, let's take a look at the environmental issues.
철도는 탁월한
The railway
에너지 효율성을 갖고 있습니다.
has outstanding energy efficiency.
화물차들이
We use
수준으로
1/8 of the fuel of cars and 1/12 of trucks, and so using rail is a way to maintain our environment.
맞춤형 첨단 기술 개발해서
We can continue to develop high-tech
미세먼지 부분에
technology
대해서도
for the rail
경기질 형상에 대해서
in order to further enhance the efficiency of rails, and we are also making an effort to reduce particle matter within the air inside our trains and our stations. We are also preparing for the future by introducing IoT-based real-time rail thermometers as well as ultrasounds to respond to any changes in the rail itself. Our mission is to connect people, world, and the rail. So under this mission, we would like to become a safe, convenient, and trusted railway. Our service slogan is connecting hearts, you are Korail. We will continue to keep this slogan in mind as we provide our rail services to the people of Korea. The future of Korea, we hope that we will become your rail. Thank you very much.
예, 박도우 처장님.
Thank you very much, Mr. Park Do-ho, for your presentation.
공항 그리고
So we have heard about airports, smart mobility, and rail. We will now go to the last presentation on roads.
정홍준 한국
The presentation will be delivered by Mr. Jung Hong-jun, in charge of smart planning at the Korea Express Corporation. He's going to be discussing advancement and expansion of the expressway high-pass system. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to give a presentation on the advancement and expansion of expressway high-pass system. My name is Park Jung Hong-jun. I have the prologue, 3 chapters, and the epilogue. As part of the prologue, I'd like to discuss the birth of high-pass. The expressways opened in 1968, and you can see these manned toll booths. And in 1994, the toll collection system was introduced, and this is currently being operated. And in 2007, finally, by using wireless communication technology, high-pass was implemented all across the nation. Since the introduction of high-pass, it has been growing rapidly. First of all, let's take a look at the quantitative growth. In just 3 years, the usage rate went to 50%. In 10 years, went up to 80%. And we were able to see the decline in the traffic accidents near toll gates from 190 accidents per year to 140 accidents per year. Now you can see the increase in the toll gate passing speed. There have been qualitative achievements as well. We were included in Korea's top 100 brands for 5 consecutive years, and we were actually number 1 in the top 10 expressway news lists. So high-pass has become a representative brand for Korea Express Corporation, and it is now applied to parking and other services. There are growing expectations about the high-pass system, and let's take a look at the video. There is this black car that is coming in, and this was a very dangerous situation. When you look at the complaints about the high-pass system, there were many cars who are switching lanes shiftily, and because of this, the number of car accidents has increased to almost 200 per year for the past 5 years. Now let's take a look at the Seoul toll gate. There are high-pass lanes in the middle, and regardless of whether the drivers have the card or not, there will be sensors that will detect the cars, but these services have not been implemented nationwide. And there should be measures put in place to prevent such accidents from happening. In short, what the users are expecting is that they're not happy with the narrow lane width, and there are risks of car accidents, and drivers feel uneasy going through these high-pass lanes. In order to address these concerns, we've decided to work with the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure and Transport. The problem was that the original road or the original land width was maintained and it was only 3 meters. And as a result, the speed limit had to be 30 kilometers per hour, but on average, drivers are passing through the lanes at 60 kilometers per hour. And sometimes cars that have the high pass and those that don't have are mixing in switching lanes, and this could cause accidents. Since 2010, the ORT was introduced in New Hampshire, and in Korea in 2016, the one tolling system was introduced for public-private expressways, and we were able to find a solution to offer multi-lane high-pass system that is faster, safer, and more convenient. So what is the multi-lane high pass? It is a system that allows users to pass at their traveling speed in a way that is less stressful and has no safety issues. Now let's compare between the two. How can we expand the lane width? The lane width was because we were able to utilize this 2-meter divider. Traditionally, we had these dividers that were 2 meters wide, but by eliminating the divider, we were able to secure more space for each lane. The first pilot implementation was done at a toll gate that had low traffic. For instance, Gangneung and Daegwallyeong toll gates were good sites for testing, and as a result, we were able to see improvements. The lane width was much wider, and the passing speed was increased from 30 kilometers per hour to 50 kilometers per hour. The initial assessment of the multi-lane high pass was quite positive because there was no need for lane width adjustment and there was no need for drivers to slow down as they were passing through the toll gate. However, we didn't stop here. We wanted to improve even further, so we listened carefully to the feedback from the drivers. And many drivers said that they would like to be able to use this more in more places, and they felt that they were feeling safe, but they wished that the lanes would be even wider. Now, we've decided to form an industry, university, and research joint partnership. As you can see on this map, there are these toll gates that are connecting to the largest cities, and we implemented the multi-lane high-pass system. In addition, we have made further improvement by using technology. As you can see here, previously it was a one-type 2-lane system, but now with just one type it can cover 3 lanes. Or we can have 2 types that will each cover 2 lanes. Also, we wanted to increase the passing speed. As for the interchange type, the limit would be 50 kilometers, and for the main line type, the speed limit is now increased to 80 kilometers per hour. And there were some concerns that the lane width was not wide enough. As you can see on the screen, we made a further improvement by minimizing the safety wall. We made these safety walls slimmer so that we can secure more room for each lane. These efforts have been reported in 130 reports from various news medias, and there were special features about this. But once again, we were very happy that the drivers were quite satisfied. I've been driving this express bus for 15 years, and now I am able to pass through the toll gate really quickly. So I'd like to thank the Korea Express Corporation for their improvement, and I feel very happy, and overall the speed is really high. Whenever I was going through the toll gate, I felt uneasy, but not anymore. I hope that I can use this all across the nation. But we're not content yet. And we did a survey with more than 500 people, and we did the structural equation model analysis based on the survey. And we were able to see that visibility, safety were the key issues, as well as quickness. And we also conducted a focus group interview with 10 bus drivers that were frequently using the expressways. By reflecting on these feedback and to address the concerns, we've decided to include the design team as part of our partnership. So we tried many different ideas. First of all, in order to improve visibility and safety, LED and other fixtures are introduced, and VMS and other guideposts were included. But when it comes to the speed, we're going to maintain the current speed limits for the safety of the drivers. And now, at the East Seoul toll gate, we now have the 4-lane one-type system. And this, as you can see, means that there's one single system or one single type that covers all 4 lanes. In addition, as for the first circulation line in Seoul metropolitan area, we are currently constructing the multi-lane high-pass system at the Seongnam toll gate. We were able to enhance the design features. Now, I'd like to show you a short video of how things have changed after we implemented the multi-lane high-pass system. As you can see, the multi-lane high-pass system is very effective in terms of efficiency and publicity improvement. Now, drivers are able to pass through the toll gate at the current traveling speed because the main line speed limit is 80 kilometers per hour, and for interchange is 50 kilometers per hour. And thanks to the improvement in the speed, overall the traffic flow has become better. In addition, there has been a decline in the traffic accidents near the toll gates, thus improving the safety. And overall, the satisfaction level has increased. In the past, it was 3.18 points, but now it's 4.1 points. From the operator's perspective, the amount of vehicles per lane was 1,100 previously, but now we can process more than 1,800 vehicles per hour, so there was a 64% increase. In addition, even though the traffic volume increases, we're able to pass through the more vehicles, therefore we don't need to expand our lanes. But we will not stop here. We will continue to work hard to improve the convenience of the drivers. We are collaborating with the navigation operators. So in the navigation program, all the information about the speed limit and the number of lanes and high-pass lanes will be indicated very clearly. So there's no end to our efforts to satisfy the Korean drivers. Thank you very much for your attention.
한국도로공사 정홍준
Thank you very much. That was a presentation by Mr. Chung Hong-jun from the Korea Express Corporation.
So we have heard 4 presentations concerning Korea's transportation infrastructure. We would like to invite President Oh Jae-hak to the stage once again, along with the 4 presenters and the 4 designated discussants for the discussion portion of this session. We have with us Mr. Kim Baek-jae of the International Air Transport Association, Dr. Lee Ju-yeon of the Korea National University of Transportation, Mr. Nam Gung-sung of the Korea Express Corporation, and Mr. Lee Chang-gi of the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure and Transportation. This session will be moderated by President Oh Jae-hak.
토론자도 나오시고
I would like to also invite the presenters to be up on the stage.
그럼 한국교통연구원 원장 오재학입니다.
Once again, I'm Oh Jae-hak, president of the Korea Transport Institute. We have about 30 minutes for the discussion. We're discussing infrastructure, transportation infrastructure in Korea. Let's begin the panel discussion.
먼저 제가 발표자는 이미 다 소개가 됐기 때문에
As the presenters were already introduced, I would like to
순서대로
introduce to you our panel discussants. First of all, we have Kim Baek-jae from the International Air Transport Association, Dr. Lee Ju-yeon from the Korea National University of Transportation, Mr. Nam Gung-sung from the Korea Express Corporation in the Division of ICT Convergence Research. Next, Lee Chang-gi from the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure and Transport.
여러분들이 발표를 들으셔서 아시겠지만
We heard the 4 presentations. As you can see, when it comes to transportation infrastructure and transportation services, they are crucial for economic development, and also they are very important for the quality of life of the citizens. So these are the fundamental services that are provided for our society.
큰 나라의 경제 성장
Therefore, transportation infrastructure is closely related to economic development of a nation.
말씀을 드릴 수가 있고 오늘 그 발표를 해주신
And today in the session, we heard
그다음에
the presentations on Incheon International Airport, smart mobility,
고속도로
high-speed railway, and expressway.
우리나라의 어떤
We were able to see that these areas have improved dramatically, thus showcasing the strength of transportation infrastructure in Korea.
오늘 행사의 어떤 큰 틀은
And today, we are holding the session as part of the Global Korea Convention 2020, and the key word here is international cooperation and international solidarity. And these were the key words emphasized again and again in the opening ceremony as well. We want to pursue international cooperation and promote international solidarity in many different fields. So in this regard, if possible, I'd like to ask the discussants to make discussions on how we can improve our transportation structure and what lessons we can share with the rest of the world, and how we can share our experiences of developing the transportation infrastructure with other countries so that we can promote international cooperation and solidarity. This may not be an easy topic to discuss in a short period of time, but this is something that I would like to ask you to cover in your discussion as well. I'm going to invite the 4 designated discussants in the order that I introduced to you. And then if there's time, then I will also give each presenter a couple of minutes for further discussion. And if we still have some time left, then we will be able to entertain questions or comments from the floor. First,
사실 인천국제공항은
Incheon International
우리가
Airport.
해외 이제 그 국제 협력 글로벌 관점에서 볼 때는
From the global cooperation perspective, the most proud and the most successful transportation infrastructure will be the Incheon International Airport, which was opened in 2001, so it's been 20 years.
들어오는 이제 가장 그 입국은 관문이잖아요.
So it is the gateway into our country, and it feels very different. And many people who actually come through the Incheon International Airport wish to have such an airport in their own countries. So, Director Kim, because of COVID-19, airports are going through various difficulties, and the Incheon International Airport are making great efforts on this front as well. So, Director Kim, could you take this opportunity to talk about the strengths of Incheon International Airport and possible changes and responses to COVID-19? Just 5 minutes, please. Yes, pleased to meet you. Thank you very much for this invitation. As you have heard through the presentation, the Incheon International Airport is the gateway into our country, and they have been able to quickly respond to the COVID-19 situation. I'm personally very grateful. And as the director of the International Air Transport Association, we are very grateful. Airports are used by passengers, but they are also used by airline companies. Without airline companies, airports cannot exist. But the Incheon International Airport is a large facility that is well maintained and that is loved by airline companies. Concerning services and figures, many people are well aware of the high evaluation of the airport. Of course, competition is becoming more fierce because of large airports being built in the vicinity of Incheon. But if we are able to move ahead preemptively concerning disease control, I think we would continue to have a competitive edge. COVID-19 has created changes in the airline industry, and I'm sure that many people are concerned about airline companies and airports. Well, actually, Incheon International Airport is well prepared, and the airline companies, they are going through difficulties, but they are coming up with various measures to overcome the situation. For example, switching to freight or adding various services. And I think in Korea, the airline companies have gone through the most difficult times, and they are on the way to recovery. Having said that, what I would like to mention is that the airline industry is impacted heavily by external measures. Ever since the 9/11 terrorist attack, security was a new concept that was added. Before 9/11, I'm sure that you don't have any experience of stringent security measures. But because we have had these stringent measures for a very long time, you are no longer aware of them. I think with COVID-19, we will be adding another layer of biosecurity. So the airports need to be used as a safe environment, and the passengers, they need to be able to safely board airplanes going through the airport. In order to do that, we need to be well prepared in terms of facility. As we have heard from the presentation, we could have screening of various diseases at the airport itself, and I believe that that is very cutting edge. And next year, we believe that we will see a recovery of international routes, and we hope that this facility will be opened at the airport before that. Another important point is the digital passport that you just mentioned. mentioned that has information about health. Well, passports are not used just in a single country, but it has to be universally accepted in countries around the world. And so rather than having this digital health passport just in Korea, we hope that we will be able to create a global solution that will be welcomed and accepted by other countries outside of Korea. Within the Incheon International Airport, transit is well managed, and a high number of transit passengers means that we can become the hub connecting the West and East. I don't think you mentioned this in the presentation, but if we actually have such screening facilities within the transit facility, of course, screening would be done at departure. But if we could actually add a screening facility for transit passengers, it could be a double layer of checking. And also, there could be passengers who did not have symptoms at departure, but are experiencing symptoms at transit. So biosecurity is a new word that we have heard through the discussion. Well, Ms. Hong Se-yeon is making great efforts at the Incheon International Airport for disease control. We will not go back to you. We will go through all of the discussants first before we get back to you. So Incheon International Airport is a world-renowned airport, and as K disease control is well recognized around the world, we hope that it will also be true for your airport. We hope that the Incheon International Airport proves to be an airport that is strong against infective diseases. Let us go on to the second discussant.
So you're going to make discussions on high-speed railway. When we get on the high-speed railway, foreigners would often ask me, why is there any conductor that is checking whether you have tickets or not? But they actually do that. But you may not notice that, but these conductors or these people would walk along the aisle to check if you have tickets or not by using an online application. Also, as we have this high-speed railway, we have been developing train car technology and railway technology. And there was a presentation by Korail president of how the Korail is able to export its technology to other countries. That was very impressive. And it shows that high-speed railway service has been improving dramatically, and we have a long history. So Dr. Lee, would you like to comment on how we can promote international cooperation utilizing the high-speed rail service? There was a very good presentation by Park Do-ho from Korail. Thank you very much for that presentation. There was a lot of content inside the presentation, and I think because of this Global Korea Convention 2020, the presentation was about strength of the high-speed railway in Korea as well as the history.
So we have been able to hear an overview of Korea's rail. Just like our moderator has mentioned, I have a similar perspective, and I would like to present a slightly different perspective to the same contents by the presenter. Well, if we take a look at the Korea high-speed railway, there are three strengths. First, the hardware know-how. We have a strength in the know-how for hardware. Second is the software aspect, which is the operation of the rail itself. And third, as we have seen in the title of the presentation, the rail is then linked to the local development. And so we believe that these 3 points are the strengths that we have in railway. So I would like to take this opportunity to talk about these 3 aspects. For the high-speed railway, we have know-how concerning hardware. And as you're well aware, ever since 2004, we have had the Gyeongbu high-speed railway in operation, and that was the 5th high-speed railway that went into operation in the world. So we are quite advanced in terms of high-speed railway, and so we started our services quite early. Recently, we have seen services open in China, and we see that they are quickly expanding the length and coverage of their rail, but in terms of reviewing the actual operations, I think we were able to move quite quickly. Second, ever since the 80s, we have conducted design and construction for the last 2 to 3 decades, and that really is a strength that we have. Of course, we opened services in 2004 for high-speed railways, but the feasibility study started in the 80s. So in the 80s, we started to design the concepts, and then we started to add the detailed design and construction after that. So it took over 2 decades to actually launch the service of the high-speed railway. And so in that process, we were able to accumulate know-how. And so the know-how covers also design and construction. And that's a strength that our country has. Concerning the hardware, there's one more point that I would like to make. In Korea, we have been able to develop the trains themselves and export the trains. In 2004, when we first opened the service for Gyeongbuk High-Speed Railway, the trains themselves were imported from France, but we have conducted development of technology ever since then, and by doing so, we have been able to develop our trains and export them overseas. And so, the construction of high-speed railway, the trains themselves, and the operation can create a full package to export high-speed railway systems to countries around the world. Second, concerning the software, as you're well aware, when we first started our services in 2004, actually, one person in Korea would ride on the average 115 kilometers per year. That actually increased by threefold to about 430 kilometers per person per year. We have seen a better awareness of high-speed railway among the people, and we also have very scientific and systematic operation of high-speed railway based on the know-how of Korail. As you have also heard in the presentation, the on-time operation is close to 100%, and we have been able to create safe, accurate, and efficient operation of trains, which led to the convenient use of these trains, and that is why we have become a powerhouse in the operation of rail. The last part that I would like to emphasize is that railways lay down the foundation for local development. As I have mentioned before, based on the hardware and software know-how, we have been able to grow our services, but the Korea Transportation Institute has conducted the socio-economic changes triggered by railways for the last 10 years. According to the research results, ever since the opening of high-speed railways, we have seen increases in population in the areas in the vicinity of the stations, and we have also seen changes in the industrial structure. The people who live in the station areas believe that there has been increase in interregional exchanges, and there has also been a higher recognition of the area surrounding the station as an area with high traffic and high population. In the last 5 to 6 years, when we have conducted research, we did not see any dramatic changes, but because it's been 15 years since we opened our high-speed railway services, we are able to see such tangible changes. For countries around the world that are pondering over whether they should construct high-speed railways, we are able to show with evidence that high-speed railways are contributing to local development and the overall national economy. And to take this a step further, we also have know-how concerning the development of the area surrounding high-speed railway stations, and this is know-how that we can also share with the global community. Well, I think I have just reclassified the contents that the presenter has already presented. Yes, Dr. Lee Ju-yeon, she is working at the Korea Transport Institute, but I think you can become an honorary ambassador for Korail because you have spoken very well about Korail. KTX and SRX are two high-speed rail services, are safe, and they are being trusted by the people, and they have taken root in our society as a safe transportation mode, and I think that's a great result.
Now let's have a discussion on the expressways in Korea. The next designated discussant is Mr. Nam Gong-sung from the Korea Express Corporation. In the late 1960s, expressways were built to promote economic development of Korea. So this was indeed the beginning of the rapid industrialization. That was when we only had 250,000 vehicles in the country, where we now have millions of cars on the road. And so the construction of the expressway was crucial in promoting economic development. And now we have a huge network of expressways and highways. And there was a presentation about the high-pass system. I'd like to ask Mr. Nam Gong-sung to give an overview of the expressway situations in Korea and what we can do to promote international cooperation in this sector. Hello, as introduced, I am Nam Gong-sung. I really enjoyed all four presentations. There's a lot that I want to talk about, but given the limited time, I'm going to focus on a couple of points. As President Oh Jae-hak mentioned, Korea has advanced rapidly. As you may or may not know, I looked at the old statistics. In the past, we had only a small number of vehicles, but there was 480 times increase in the number of vehicles in such a short period of time. And without considering the population, Korea is among the 15 countries that have more than 20 million vehicles. So this is quite amazing. Now, I would like to tell you how Korea is viewed globally. For the past 4 years, there have been a PIAC gathering of experts in automobile industry, and for the past 4 years, they were discussing how to offer expressway systems for developing countries that are cost efficient. And there were many insights in this report. And first of all, I was able to see that Korea is a very excellent test site. What the developing countries need is to test their ideas in their local situations, rather than just adopting a successful case. They want to see how their ideas may pan out by experimenting them in the Korean situation. Korea has been building the high-pass system and many other road infrastructure, and they may not be applicable to the developing world. This means that the kind of future that we're envisioning is not, it may not be applicable to these countries. So in that sense, we took a look at the high-pass system. in Korea? And what direction do we need to take in further promoting the high-pass system? People use high-pass system when they enter and exit the toll road, but it may not end there. There is more significance and meaning. And I'd like to share with you some statistics. Currently, we have about 4,000 kilometers of expressway, but what we need to pay attention to is the amount of transactions or volume, about 4 trillion won of tolls. And also there are huge revenues or sales happening, which is about 4 trillion won at the recreation and rest areas. So a total of 8 trillion won of transaction takes place along the expressway. And what does that mean? Recently, you may know all these very simple and easy payment systems on the smartphones. Do you pay fees for these transactions? They actually earn profit from the data by collecting data on what people want and what people pay for and so on. So by offering extreme convenience, these service providers collect data from us. Therefore, the high-pass system can be viewed from this perspective. It's not just about providing convenience per se, but we can collect data, very meaningful data from this toll information. In other words, 8 trillion won of transaction happens along the expressway, and we can utilize this data. So by combining this with technology, we can create a lot of value. And when we connect this to the fintech technology, this will be able to contribute to improving the policies and the overall infrastructure. And secondly, we want to be able to monetize these data. There's nothing free. If there's a free service, there's always something in return that you need to pay. If we can monetize data from the toll gates, then we can actually lower the toll amounts. In the largest cities, there are short expressways that are less than 25 kilometers. They can become free expressways if we can monetize and get some value from the data that we collect from the high-pass system. So this is something that we also need to pay attention to. And finally, I'd like to talk about communication aspect. In 2020, this year, this is something that I actually designed and reported on this plan. Currently, we still have some automated toll gates, but I hope that all these toll gates will be high-pass system. Technology is available, but there are other issues related to jobs that may be lost, and also some private information, personal information issue. Yes, can you be brief? Thank you. In the 5G network, how can we make the transition for the high-pass system to a better network system? And this is something that we need to also pay attention to. Thank you very much for your comments. I hope that the Korea Express Corporation will apply the smart tolling system as soon as possible. Finally, I'd like to invite Director Lee Chang-gi from the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure and Transport. I'm sorry that I cannot give you a lot of time, but please go ahead. Hello. I am Director of the Division of Advanced Automobile Division, not Advanced Transportation, but I'm going to cover that as well. There was a presentation about smart mobility, and what was presented there is very much related to what I am doing at the ministry. I am dealing with hydrogen vehicles and autonomous driving and smart mobility. In the future, How will transportation change? I believe that there are three main trends. First of all, it will become more automated. Now, based on AI and big data, mobility will be provided in an automated manner. And the second trend is a transition in energy, and there will be decarbonization of the transportation sector. There will be EVs and hydrogen vehicles away from combustion engines. The third trend is personalized transportation or customized mobility. This means that individuals will be able to enjoy customized mobility services. Now, the mobility law and other relevant laws will be introduced because we need to support personalized mobility. Now, in this transition, how can we manage the entire change? This is something that we need to pay attention to as we want to make a successful transition to the future mobility. And so in that sense, as Mr. Chung mentioned, we need to be able to utilize telecommunications technology, but at the same time, we also need to manage personal information carefully. These are new concerns that are arising in the transportation sector. In the past, we were just mainly focusing on providing infrastructure and the transportation services, but now these different parts are being connected. So the CITS means that there will be information exchanges or data exchanges between the road and the surrounding infrastructure and also with the vehicles. And how can we ensure connectivity of all these different parts of the infrastructure? And in doing so, how can we carefully manage personal information and at the same time create value from the data? So these are the kinds of topics that we need to discuss in the transportation sector. And going forward, I believe that the infrastructure will become even more important. And depending on the infrastructure, transportation services may vary. For instance, if you want to sell cars in Japan, then you have to design your cars to befit the infrastructure in Japan. Likewise, mobility and transportation seems to be dependent on the infrastructure. So there are many decisions that we need to make in the future. And I hope that all of the stakeholders will discuss these important topics together. Now we have fewer references that we can learn from because we are becoming a leader in the transportation sector. So I hope that the experts will continue to provide us with insights. And rather than waiting for other people to try new ideas first, I think we need to be more like a pioneer and test different ideas so that we can further improve our transportation system. Thank you.
Well, we originally had planned to go back to the presenters for 1 or 2 minutes, but we have not been able to save enough time to go back to the presenters. Let me try and summarize the session. Well, Korea is a well-known automotive manufacturer, and we also have world-class infrastructure. Added to that, we also have transportation services that are world-class, including airports and railways. So in a short amount of time, the overall ecosystem, including infrastructure, transportation service, and automotive manufacturing, we have been able to create a virtuous cycle within the ecosystem. We don't see many examples of that around the world. And so that is why many countries wish to learn about the growth of our transportation ecosystem. With the advent of the Fourth Industrial Revolution, we will see the evolution of transportation technologies. As you're well aware, the Republic of Korea has announced the Korean New Deal as a new big picture for the country. the automotive industry, transportation services, and infrastructure, we hope will be able to take the next leap forward using the Green New Deal as a turning point. We look forward to joining hands from experts from both home and abroad so that we can evolve the industry according to the fourth industrial revolution, so that we can picture the evolution of mobility services. We had this session to discuss Korea's transportation infrastructure. We will bring the session to a close. Thank you very much to our presenters, discussants, our participants, our viewers, as well as NCR, the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure and Transport, the Korea Transport Institute, and the Incheon International Airport Corporation. Thank you very much.
오늘 토론을 주관해 주신
Thank you very much to President Oh Jae-hak for moderating the discussion session, and thank you to our 4 presenters and 4 discussants.
유튜브 및
Thank you very much for joining us on site as well as our viewers on our online platform. We hope that the session proved to be informative. This brings us to the end of the session on Korea's transportation infrastructure. The session will continue to be available on YouTube channels. Please search for Global Korea Convention Crystal B. Thank you very much.
안녕하십니까? 2020 글로벌
Good
코리아
afternoon,
박람회
ladies and gentlemen.
컨퍼런스 세션 중 문화 관광 한류로
Now
열어가는
we're going
문화
to
협력의
have a
확대 진행을
session
맡은
on cultural cooperation
한국문화관광연구원의
based on
이관영입니다.
cultural
반갑습니다.
tourism and
오늘
Hallyu.
약 100분 동안 진행될 본 세션에서는
Thank you for joining us for
한국어
this
교육,
session.
한류 성과,
Today in this session, we're going to discuss Hallyu, Korean language education, and tourism promotion. There will be 3 presentations. Before the presentations and the discussion,
원장님을 모시고
I'd like to invite President Kim Dae-kwan of Korea Culture and Tourism Institute for his keynote presentation. Please welcome him with a big hand.
안녕하십니까.
Good afternoon. As I've been introduced, I am Kim Dae-kwan, President of the Korea Culture and Tourism Institute. Pleased to meet you.
바쁘신 와중에도
I would like to take this opportunity to thank you for your participation at this session under the title of Expansion of Cultural Cooperation based on Culture, Tourism, and Hallyu. Thank you very much for your participation, both online and offline. This conference deals with the post-COVID-19 era and the global solidarity and cooperation to follow. Due to COVID-19, we have seen numerous changes both home and abroad. Despite COVID-19, we have had excellent K disease control, showcasing the well-advanced health system, ICT, and mature citizenship. But at the same time, due to the severance of human ties, many people have experienced the corona blues. Early this year, Parasite by Bong Joon-ho has won 4 awards at the Oscar Award, and Dynamite and Life is Gone by BTS was ranked at the top chart in the US, and Korean TV dramas have received high rankings in the OTT platforms. And as you can see, despite the crisis, we have been able to enjoy the great achievements of the Korean wave. The cultural industry of Korea has been expanding to China, Japan, Southeast Asia, as well as the US and Europe under the name of the Korean wave. Currently, the word Hallyu, or the Korean wave, is not an unfamiliar term. But when we first started discussions on the Korean wave, we had much more negative perspective compared to positive evaluations, and people thought that the Korean wave would not be long-lived. This is because many people picture that culture flows from advanced countries to developed countries. We always believe that although we are a member of the OECD, we are not a full-grown advanced country, and we always see ourselves as behind Western countries. And so that is why we did not give high marks for the Korean wave. But unlike such expectations, during the last 20 years, we have seen amazing advancements in the Korean wave. The Korean wave is on par with the Hollywood movie Jurassic Park from 1993. Well, we always talked about how Jurassic Park is equal to export of 1.5 million cars. But now our Korean wave is worth even more than that. The Korean wave is now spreading into cosmetic surgery, fashion, and cosmetics. So you can see that all industries relevant to Hallyu celebrities, as well as learning the Korean language, traveling to Korea, are benefiting from the Korean wave. The Korean wave has also contributed to the image of Korea. We have been able to create a new national value as a cultural powerhouse. The new prestige of the Korean wave is not only the result by us, but it's actually a result by those who are enjoying the Korean wave. The Oscar Award for Parasite, the top song on Billboard by BTS, and the best TV dramas on Netflix being Korean are all results that we enjoy thanks to those who enjoy Korean culture around the world. In other words, the Korean wave is not the result of Korea alone, but rather it is becoming a medium for everyone to enjoy together. We did provide the content and material, but in the end, it became a culture that the whole world enjoys together. And the enjoyment is not just of Korean contents. Jazz, SF, and reggae music are just some genres enjoyed by people around the world, and Korean wave has become one of those classifications. And therefore, we need renewed recognition and awareness of the Korean wave. And therefore, during this session, we would like to expand our view of the Korean wave to something that is being enjoyed by people around the world and something that connects people around the world. And therefore, we hope to view Hallyu from the aspect of international cooperation. The presentations during this session will also cover these topics. The first topic is Korean language education connecting the world. This looks at the possibility of the Korean wave from a linguistic perspective. The second presentation is the 20 years of the Korean wave and future cooperation. We'll discuss the past footprints of Hallyu as well as the future direction. The third presentation concerning cooperation for K-tourism and New South policy will discuss the expansion of Hallyu to tourism. Through today's session, we hope to expand cultural exchanges. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, President Kim Dae-kwan, for your opening speech. Now, we will have the presentation session to discuss cultural cooperation based on cultural tourism and Korean wave. The first presentation is on the Korean language education, which will be provided by Jung Hee-won from the National Institute of Korean Language. Good afternoon. As introduced, I am Jung Hee-won from the National Institute of Korean Language. President Kim Dae-kwan talked about the movie Parasite and BTS popularity. As you can see, the Korean culture is so popular all around the world. And one of the areas where we have benefited the most is regarding Korean language education. Last year, I was able to meet with a person who was involved in publishing the Oxford Dictionary, and the team works on including new words in the Oxford Dictionary, and oppa and chimak are frequently used in the English-speaking cultures. And he said that chimak and oppa may be enlisted in the Oxford Dictionary very soon. So you can see that it's not only the Korean culture, but also Korean language and expressions that are being adopted globally. So today I'm going to discuss Korean language education. In September this year, the Korean government announced a 3-year plan to promote Korean language education globally. And I'm going to cover some of the points that was included in this plan. Let's first take a look at the terminology. When we think about Korean education versus Korean language education, how is it different from typical literacy education that we receive in school? 국어 and 한국어, so these all refer to the same language that we speak. But when it's combined with education, we make differentiation between these two expressions. Korean education is provided to children who speak Korean as their native language, so it is basically literacy education. But Korean language education is the kind of education we provide for people who do not speak Korean as their native language. So this means that we provide Korean language education as Korean for second or foreign language education. Then let me look back on the history of Korean language education. In the modern sense, you can see how Korean language education began in Russia at St. Petersburg University in 1897, and in 1934 at Columbia University in the US, Korean language courses got offered. But the Department of Language Education was established in Beijing University in 1934. So I can say that the modern history of Korean language education has more than 120 years of history. In Korea, the Korean Language Institute was established within Yonsei University in 1959, and they celebrated the 60th anniversary last year. In the beginning, they only had 6 students, but now the Korean Language Institute of Yonsei University has been growing rapidly. And 10 years from then, in 1969, the Korean Language Education Center was established at the SNU, and in 1986, the Korean Language and Culture Training Center was established at Korea University. But for many decades, Korean language education was only provided for diplomats and some foreign soldiers stationed in Korea, as well as a few experts who were going to research on Korea. There was not a lot of demand for Korean language learning in the past, but recently there's been a dramatic increase in the demand for Korean language education. So overseas, 1897 was the beginning year, and in Korea, it was 1959 for teaching Korean as a foreign or second language. But we have about 200 institutions that offer that, and more than 1,300 institutions overseas are offering Korean language education. But this has only been a recent development. For instance, Korean language research institutes were established mainly after the 1990s. Almost all of these centers were established after 2000. That's how Korean language education began in the past. And now let's look at the recent trend. In 1990s, there was rapid economic growth of Korea. And after the Korean War, many ethnic Koreans who were living abroad, they wanted Korean language education for their children. And after the mid-1990s, we saw an inflow of foreign workers and marriage immigrants, and foreign students were coming to Korea for study. But indeed, after 2000, there was a dramatic increase for Korean language education demand because of the popularity of Korean Wave. For instance, in Lithuania, there are only 20 ethnic Koreans in that country, but currently more than 800 people are learning Korean at the King Sejong Institute, and they were not able to accommodate all of those who wanted to learn Korean language. So I can say that there are even more people who want to learn Korean. Another interesting characteristic of these learners is that in the past, those Korean language learners were mainly experts or researchers who had to learn Korean language for their profession. But now there are more and more Korean language learners that want to improve their Korean language for their own personal interest. So you can see that there was only recently procedures and the programs were introduced. The topic began in 1997, and the Korean Language Basic Act was enacted in 2005 to provide a legal framework for Korean language education, and the King Sejong Institute began to be established in 2007. And since then, there have been some policies and support for Korean language education. Moving on to the current status, let's take a look at the status of Korean language globally. Currently, we have 50 million people in South Korea and 25 million people in North Korea who are speaking Korean as their native language. So in terms of native speaker population, Korean is number 14, and including second and foreign language speakers of Korean, we are ranked 22nd. But we expect that the demand for Korean language learning will continue to increase. Let's take a look at the trend. In 2007, King Sejong Institutes were opened in 4 countries, but this year we have 213 King Sejong Institutes in 76 countries where a lot of foreigners are learning Korean language. And you can see that the growth trend is very rapid and the angle is almost 45 degrees. It's not only the King Sejong Institute, but when you take a look at the TOPIK test takers, there has been a dramatic increase in the number of TOPIK test takers. When it began in 1997, the growth trend was very minimal, but in 2019, in just 20 years, the number of TOPIK test takers has increased to 300,000 people. So it has been a 130-fold increase. In addition, we can see the growth potential for Korean language learning. You can take a look at the Korean related majors and Korean wave clubs and tourists and other business activities that are expected to continue to grow. We have foreign workers and marriage migrants and students who are coming to Korea, and they need to learn Korean as well. I would like to say that the increase in the demand for Korean language education is very much similar to the economic growth of Korea. And this is a graph you can see. This is the growth of GDP from 1960 to 2007. And this growth trend is very similar to the growth trend of King Sejong Institute learners as well as TOPIK test takers. I can even say that the growing demand for Korean language education can be compared to the miracle on the Han River. One of my friends immigrated to the US and she's raising her children there. And the children are in their middle school and they arrived at Incheon International Airport. And as they were driving along the Olympic Highway, these children saw the lights in Seoul along the Han River and they were very impressed by the landscape. When they were going to the Sunday Korean language school, they were not that impressed, but when they were actually here, they were able to see how advanced Korea is. When you think about the miracle on the Han River, you can understand that Korea was able to grow rapidly from the Korean War. So there was rapid and compressed economic growth between the Korean War and the Asian financial crisis. But I would like to also point out that there were side effects of rapid industrialization. And rapid industrialization and urbanization have led to some side effects and social problems. However, Korea was able to achieve industrialization and democratization at the same time based on mature citizenship, and that is why we're now able to hold an event like Global Korea Convention today. Likewise, there are limitations and concerns that we need to address. While there was a huge growth in Korean language education, and it has been pretty successful, we have experienced lack of systematic support and basic research for Korean language education. In the past, it was mainly a one-way promotion of Korean language, but now we need to pursue qualitative growth in Korean language education by collaborating with the local countries. This is Professor Kang Hyun-hwa, the head of the King Sejong Institute Foundation. And there was an interview recently, and she also said that we need to promote Korean language education in connection with the respective countries, and there should be more investment in basic research for Korean language education. So in this sense, in September, the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism announced a comprehensive plan to promote Korean language education. What was interesting is that in August, there was a new curriculum announced in India, and Korea was included as a second or foreign language as part of the regular curriculum. So this was reported in the media, and this is something that we need to support at the government level. Now, with the vision of connecting the world through the Korean language, 한국어, the policy objective is to offer smart, kind, and friendly Korean language education. I'd like to introduce to you some of the specific projects. First of all, we need to standardize the Korean language education curriculum. I said that we have more than 100 years of history in Korean language education. However, we have not been able to establish a conduct systematic research on standard curriculum. There has been some research effort done by the National Institute of Korean Language, and as a result, we were able to announce the standard curriculum. But this is not the end, because we need to apply the standard curriculum tailored to the local situations. Therefore, we need to implement some customization depending on the countries where Korean language education is offered. So this is something that we will continue to do. Now, here is some detail about the standard curriculum. We have level 1 all the way to level 6. In level 1, they can engage in basic conversation. In level 2, they can have some daily conversation, and all the way to level 6. There are very detailed descriptions of language capabilities and what they can do at different levels. Now, we are in the process of adding some specific details for different cultures and different language regions. And we also are going to introduce some textbook approval system. In Korea, many textbooks have been developed and teaching materials have been developed. And this was reported in the media. That the media report says that there's no good Korean language textbook, but this is not true, because we have very good quality Korean language textbooks. But some textbooks and teaching materials include inaccurate information that may cause misunderstanding of the Korean society. And there were some teaching materials that include expressions that we no longer use. So these have to be addressed. The country, the government, has to be responsible for taking care of these aspects. Currently, we are now in the research phase. The nationally produced textbooks will be certified, but for textbooks that are published in the private sector, if they want, they will be able to get certified. But at the same time, we want to put in place a system where a thorough review of the content of teaching materials can be conducted. And finally, I want to talk about teacher education. In 2015, the Korean Language Basic Act was enacted and the certification program was introduced. And so far, 50,000 teachers have been trained and certified, but there needs to be additional professional development for these language teachers. So it's not only teacher education, but also further professional development, mainly centered on King Sejong institutes. So far, we have dispatched Korean language teachers from Korea, but we also want to work with King Sejong institutes so that local teachers can be nurtured. So that is the key objective of this project. And finally, you can see some of the cases where specific projects were carried out. And in India, the new educational curriculum was announced, and Korean was adopted as one of the foreign languages. But now, through King Sejong Institute, the National Institute of Korean Language is developing curriculum for middle school and high schools in India. These curriculum will have to be detailed and designed to cater to the local specific needs. So we're collaborating with the experts in India jointly, and we're going to offer training for Korean language teachers in India. So this is ongoing in India, but also we're going to expand this to other countries, to new southern policy countries as well as new northern policy countries. And if there's any requests, then our institute will be there to provide assistance and support. And this has been my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank
you very much for your presentation. Next, we will go on to the presentation by Choi Ji-young from the Korea Culture and Tourism Institute concerning the achievements of the last 2 decades of the Korean Wave and future direction. Good afternoon. As have been introduced, I am Choi Ji-young of the Korea Culture and Tourism Institute. I would like to share with you the last 20 years of the Korean Wave as well as the future strategy. When we talk about cultural cooperation, we are inevitably going to talk about the Korean Wave. It's been a little over 20 years since we have talked about the Korean Wave, so let's take a look at the last 20 years, some limitations, as well as how we're going to prepare for the future. This research was conducted by the Korea Culture and Tourism Institute concerning the last 20 years of the Korean Wave. In preparing for the research, we first pondered over the concept of the Korean Wave. What is the scope of the Korean Wave? There was a lot of controversy concerning the definition of the scope. That is why we want to start from these facts. Who uses the Korean Wave, and what, how, and to what extent? So, overseas consumers are consuming K-culture, including K-drama, K-pop, and movies. And it is voluntary consumption, and it's not temporary, but it's continuous. That is what we defined as the Korean Wave in our research. If we take a look at the 20 years of the Korean Wave, we can divide the Korean Wave into different stages. We believe that we can use about 4 stages to talk about the Korean Wave. The Korean Wave started in China and Southeast Asia for the first phase, and then the second phase is Japan. The third phase is the change in the contents to K-pop, and the fourth phase is the global market represented by Parasite and BTS. And along with the 4 stages of the Korean Wave, we took a look at the different stages of the Hallyu consumers. And along with the development stage of the Korean Wave, what kind of support did the government provide for the Korean Wave? So we start with the Kim Dae-jung administration. At that time, there was the start of the Korean Wave policy. And then we see that these policies take root during the Roh Moo-hyun administration. We have the expansion of the policies during the Lee Myung-bak administration. And we did try to strengthen the Korean Wave policies during the Park Geun-hye administration, but that was met by a crisis because the government went through a crisis. But now we are going to the new leap forward for the Korean wave during the Moon Jae-in administration. Such policies are conducted by various organizations under the Ministry of Culture and Tourism. We have the Korean International Cultural Exchange Promotion Agency, the Korean Cultural Contents Agency, as well as other agencies under the Ministry of Culture and Tourism. At our research institute, we take a look at what are some of the policies that are well developed and that are still in need of development. We believe that the protection of copyright should be better developed from this chart. This is probably because we did not have enough data for that aspect, and we believe that there are still vulnerabilities in terms of infrastructure and financing. We could see that many of the organizations had well-balanced policies. On the right, we have the Korean Wave keyword clouds. We took a look at all of the policies that have been announced related to culture, and we could see that the Korean Wave and Olympic and cooperation with ASEAN have been included in these policies, showing that the Korean Wave is being used for diplomatic efforts. Let's take a look at some achievements during the last 2 decades. I'm sure that you are well aware of the achievements, and so this graph shows you a single view of the whole 20 years. Here you could see the increase of the contents exports. You can see that we have 17% increase year on year. Here you could see the contents that are leading the Korean wave, such as broadcasting, film, and music. So this is the amount that was exported in the last 20 years. In the beginning, TV dramas were leading. The red is music, and you can see that the red surpasses TV dramas. You can see that film in 2005, we did have a growth along with the TV series Winter Sonata in Japan, but after that we did not have a lot of increase, but we believe that it will take the next leap forward with Parasite. Not only do we have the export of the Korean wave contents, but we see that it also has ripple effects in other industries. For example, K-beauty is an industry that grew quite a bit due to the Korean wave, such as food. We also see K-travel. This is related to the Korean wave travel that will be presented by the third presentation. If we take a look at the K-tourism out of all tourism, it is expanding quite quickly, and the travelers based on the Korean wave are becoming an important group of travelers and tourists to Korea. We see that those who travel to Korea because of the Korean wave are usually women in their 20s and 30s. They prefer individual travel rather than package, and they spend more while they are here. And they also become the opinion leaders for future tourists. And so they are heavy users that we need to focus on for the future of tourism. Let's take a look at some social and cultural achievements. Along with economic achievements, we have social and cultural achievements. We see that there is a creation of Korean wave fandom. They actually started in China and Southeast Asia, but it has been expanded across the globe thanks to the development of digital broadcasting and ICT. We can see that because of the increase in fan groups, we have implications for other sectors. And here you can see the changes in the fan group. On the right is the number of tweets related to K-pop. You can see the start and the current situation. Fans of K-pop enjoy not only culture, but as I mentioned before, They prefer to learn the Korean language, and they become important opinion leaders to spread K-culture. And based on such fan groups, the Korean wave stars become spokespersons for famous brands around the world. These results can be commercial activities of different individuals, but at the same time, it will also be an opportunity for the Korean culture to not simply accept culture from the outside, but to become a leading culture of the world to impact other cultures. And this shows that the Korean culture is hot and trendy, and it could help us bring Korean culture into the mainstream global culture. And based on our achievements thus far, we can utilize the increasing soft power of the Korean wave, leading to political and diplomatic achievements. We have seen the growth of the Korean culture centers around the world, as well as the King Sejong Language Institutes. But there are some limitations in maintaining the Korean wave. Thus far, the Korean wave has grown based on popular culture, but there are some weaknesses within the industry itself. For example, SM, YG, and JYP are the three largest entertainment companies in Korea. But these large companies rely on a single celebrity, and when that celebrity is the sole source of that entertainment company, then if that celebrity is shaken, the whole company can be shaken. And there's also the issue of star systems. We have young celebrities becoming celebrities very young, and so there is the issue of human rights and the fact that they become a celebrity without being able to devote themselves to education. So we have the issue of human rights, as well as the fact that they become emotional laborers. So we do need government support and also compensation from the government. Without such a systematic regime, we will continue to see issues that become controversial, and that may hinder the development of the Korean wave in the future. And we see the lack of statistics related to the Korean wave. During the last 20 years, we tried to collect information and data about the Korean wave, and it's very difficult to collect such data. We believe that the accumulation of data will become our history, and it can be utilized for industrial purposes, for business purposes, and also for policy making. Building such assets is very important. We also see the lack of assets for Korean wave tourism. For example, BTS has various tours, but they do not have K-pop arenas that they can perform in Korea. We have had the development of Hallyu World and Hallyu theme parks ever since the early 2000s. We have had grand proposals, and it looked like they were well going, but there has not been any projects that have been completed up until now. When we pursue these projects and complete these projects, they can be utilized as resources for Korean wave tourism, but we have not been able to seize this opportunity. We also need to respond to the changing environment for the global cultural industry. As I mentioned before, Netflix and other digital platforms are being utilized to consume culture, and the Korean culture is taking the next leap forward based on these platforms. Based on these digital platforms, we see the growth of the global industry, and we need to take a look at how we're going to respond to these changes in the future. And we also need to deal with anti-Korean wave. Well, we could see that at times the anti-Korean wave and the hatred for Korean wave is sometimes based on politics, economics, or society. It seems that a lot of our culture is being shared around the world, and we need to now be more concerned about how we can converge our culture with other cultures. And in China, they are quite critical of the Korean culture based on their government policies to look to the north. And so, in the future, in order to have sustainable development of the Korean wave, what should be our direction? I only have 1 minute left. Well, let me just pinpoint the important aspects. Thus far, this is what I have mentioned. So during the last 20 years, the Korean wave has been led by popular culture. K-drama and K-pop have led the Korean wave, but despite so, the conversion with this content, and we have always concentrated on spreading this culture, and that has actually led to the lack of efforts to recognize the prestige of this industry. So we need to, at this point in time, think about national museums to showcase popular culture. We have had proposals for such museums, but we have not been able to implement any of the plans. So the Korean wave is becoming more well-known, and so we need to find support to embody such culture in museums. We also need to make sure that we think about the human rights of the celebrities from a qualitative perspective rather than just a quantitative perspective. We also need to build tourism infrastructure such as the K-pop arena, and we believe that such infrastructure will facilitate the spreading of K-culture to other countries around the world. And in order to respond to the changing global environment, we will need the support of the government. Last but not least, the role of the government needs to change. They should not be leading the Korean wave policies, but they should play the role of a coordinator to coordinate various Korean wave policies. And when the Korean wave continues to expand to countries around the world, we need to show that we are also respectful of the local cultures. So, based on these points, I have proposed a few projects which I will not be able to present. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for the presentation by Choi Ji-young. Our final presentation is on promoting K-tourism in the ASEAN region. It will be provided by Yoo Ji-yoon, researcher at the Korean Culture and Tourism Institute. Good afternoon. As introduced, I am Yoo Ji-yoon at the Korea Culture and Tourism Institute. Today, I am going to discuss how we can promote tourism exchanges between Korea and ASEAN countries. This is the content of my research. We have the new Southern policy, and within this framework, we zoomed in on Vietnam, the Philippines, and Singapore in order to understand their tourism environment, the market, and the consumers, so that we can draw implications for the market and directions for policies to promote tourism between Korea and these countries. First of all, there is a significance of ASEAN region as part of the new Southern policy. ASEAN region has been emerging as post-China with rapid growth, and ASEAN is number 6 in terms of economic size, and it has a large population, so it is growing rapidly globally. It is expected that the ASEAN economic growth rate is going to be twice higher than the average global economic growth rate. When you look at the 10 ASEAN member countries, in terms of GDP growth rate and economic size, Indonesia is a high growth market, and Vietnam, the Philippines, and Singapore have relatively small market in size, but they have rapid economic growth. Because Korea is located in the Asian continent, we have a strategic position and we want to reduce our reliance on G2. Therefore, we have announced our new Southern policy. So ASEAN was established several decades ago, and we began to exchange with ASEAN. In 1997, there was the Asian foreign currency crisis, and there were discussions on expanding an economic community within Asia. And together with China, Japan, we participated in the discussion with ASEAN countries. And ASEAN is now implementing the ASEAN community in order to strengthen the integration within the region. As you can see, ASEAN is a very important region for Korea, and in November 2017, President Moon Jae-in announced a new Southern policy, and as a result, the Presidential Committee on the new Southern policy was established. And in 2019, there was the third Korea-ASEAN Special Summit meeting and the first Korea-Mekong Special Summit. The new Southern policy is based on 3 Ps: people, peace, and prosperity, in order to promote co-prosperity and peace based on people. First of all, when it comes to people, it is key to promote mutual understanding through people-to-people exchanges. And number one goal for the people side is to increase the number of tourists from ASEAN countries to Korea, and we also want to diversify sources of tourism for Korea. In this context, we have conducted this research, especially by focusing on Vietnam, the Philippines, and Singapore, which is a leading country in the ASEAN region. By conducting this research, we want to understand how we can improve and increase the inbound tourism from these 3 countries. Now, I'm going to discuss the importance of tourism markets for Vietnam, the Philippines, and Singapore. This is the mapping of the market size and the growth rate. Singapore, Malaysia, and Thailand have high growth potential. However, we also can see that Vietnam and the Philippines and Indonesia have great potential, even though the market size is small. Singapore is included in the top priority group because Singapore is a large economy with very good potential. And in the middle class group, we have these countries that have large potential market, and they include Indonesia, the Philippines, and Vietnam. Let's take a look at the tourism market trend for Vietnam. There was 10% growth of outbound tourism in 2018 and 13% growth in the spending of tourists. And this tendency is quite promising, and it is expected that this trend will continue going forward. Now let's take a look at the PEST analysis of Vietnam. Politically, Vietnam is attracting foreign investment, and they're promoting balanced development between the South and the North. And the economic growth rate is 7.1%, and we expect Vietnam to continue to grow at a rapid rate. And given the geopolitical situation, you can see that Vietnam is leading the ASEAN development. However, there are some economic concerns such as growing income inequality in the southern region. Socially speaking, out of 90 million population, 40% of the population is between 10 and 24 years old. So this is a young population, and the middle class is increasing with growing purchasing power, and they have high loyalty for particular brands. Let's take a look at the characteristics of tourism market in Vietnam, and there's growing tendency for tourism along with economic development. And also Vietnamese tourists are spending much more. 88% of Vietnamese tourists are going to the Asian countries. And so the top 10 tourist destinations are all Asian countries. Japan, Taiwan, Korea, and China received an increase in Vietnam tourists. 37% for Japan, 29% for Taiwan, and 21% for Korea. And thanks to low-cost carriers, there's an increasing number of Vietnamese tourists. Especially Vietjet Air has been very popular among young travelers. And they prefer to travel as packages, and they prefer short-term travel, and they love to enjoy food and shopping. Let's move on to the Philippines. 8.4% of increase in outbound and 7% in the increase in their spending. So this is a rapidly growing market. According to PEST analysis, economically speaking, the private sector spending is 70% of the GDP. So this is domestically driven market, and 60% of the GDP are in the service industry, and they have a business process outsourcing. And the money transfer from overseas workers is major driving force behind the spending. Socially speaking, they have more than 100 million population. The domestic market is quite big, and the younger population between the ages of 25 and 54 take up 40% of the population, and thanks to high birth rate, they have a large portion of children. And 3 to 5% of the top high income classes, they prefer to spend money overseas. They have a low penetration of the internet, so they have a high penetration of the mobile network. What are the key characteristics of the Filipino tourism market? First of all, I can see that the domestic market, the domestic tourism market has been growing at a rate of 14.5% since 2010. And there's a growing recognition and appreciation of travel as their income levels increase. As for tourism destinations, there are mainly Asian countries. Korea takes up 25% of the total inbound tourism, and it's been growing at a rate of 8% for the past 5 years. And thanks to the easing of visa regulations of the Philippines, it is going to provide a momentum for the growth of Filipino tourists. Now, as low-cost carriers are traveling to the Philippines, there is an increase in the number of tourists coming from the Philippines. But one limitation or concern is that many of these aircraft seats are designated for inbound Koreans who are coming to Korea. They prefer to travel individually, and they are relatively younger in terms of age. They like to shop, but their spending is relatively less than other countries. Let's move on to Singapore. Singapore is quite different compared to the Philippines and Vietnam. Singapore is a mature market in terms of tourism. The Vietnam market and the Philippines, they are relatively young in their history for tourism, but people in Singapore have extensive experiences of overseas travel. So Singaporeans are traveling overseas most frequently. And many people from Singapore, they like to visit the same countries over and over again. And they may visit Malaysia and Indonesia and the neighboring countries for their overseas travel. So they take up about 70% of overseas travel. Singapore uses large carriers for their overseas trips. There has been an increase of 30% in terms of flights, but the market itself has been quite stagnant. They prefer to travel individually, and they prefer to visit natural sightseeing areas. Now let's take a look at the Target, resource, accessibility, value for money, e-connect, and loyalty. These are the factors that we evaluated in understanding different markets as we conducted this analysis. Please refer to this table for details in terms of target, resources, accessibility, value for money, internet and online connection, and loyalty. So please refer to the table for more information. According to our analysis on the inbound tourism, we were able to draw some policy implications for these three target markets. Vietnam and the Philippines are growing rapidly at the rate of 5 to 6%, and there have been many changes in terms of spending patterns and travel patterns. Their level of tourism may not be as high as expected, but there's a lot of growth potential. Also, there's a growing demand for online-based tourism. In Vietnam and the Philippines, the telecommunications infrastructure is relatively behind, but there is a growing demand for OTA services and global internet portal services. And in all these three countries, people enjoy online communication. So we need to build an online communication where we can promote and we can promote our tourism destinations. Hallyu is well established in these three target markets, and women in their 20s and 30s are interested in learning more about the Korean culture. For these three countries, Korea is positioned as a low-cost tourist destination. As a tourist destination, Korea is understood as a place where they can visit at low cost or low budget. Going forward, we will need to develop more high-value added tourist packages and services so that we can increase the prestige of Korea as a tourist destination. With the COVID-19 pandemic, the airline industry is going through disruption. Currently, there are several airports where LCCs are not flying, but in the future, we need to put in place policies to promote the LCCs going to these different cities. And this is going to increase connectivity between Korea and ASEAN countries. As for Japan, they are very active in easing the visa regulations for ASEAN countries, and this is something that we need to learn. Compared to Japan, even though we have had increase in inbound tourists, because of the recent active easing of visa regulations in Japan, recently, the inbound tourism going to Japan is increasing much faster than that we experience in Korea. So this is something that we also need to improve. Overall, there are several directions that we need to explore. First of all, we need to promote the industry and strengthen cooperation between ASEAN and Korea. We also need to build a reciprocal relationship between the two regions. In particular, there is this image of Hallyu or Korean wave in the Southeast Asian countries. And now we need to promote the image that Korea is clean and safe, and the pandemic is well under control. And this is something that we need to promote based on wellness and MICE and health. We can make all these connections. And by making these connections, we can develop strategically high value added tourism products and services so that we can go beyond the limitations of Korea being positioned as a cheap place to visit. And for the other responses, please refer to the slides. And with this, I'd like to conclude my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much,
세 분의
Ms.
발표가 모두 끝났습니다.
Yoo Ji-yoon, for your presentation. We have heard 3 presentations. We would now like to invite President Kim Dae-won to moderate the discussion session, inviting the 3 presenters with 3 discussants. We would like to invite the moderator, 3 presenters, and 3 discussants to join us on stage.
토론회는
The discussion will be conducted by Team Leader Lee Shin-young of CJEMC. We also have with us Mr. Kang Kyu-sang of the Korea Tourism Organization and Mr. Chang Hyung-sil, professor at Sangju University.
예, 안녕하십니까. 한국문화관광연구원 원장 김대관입니다.
Good afternoon. I am Kim Dae-kwan of the Korea Culture and Tourism Institute. We have been allocated 40 minutes for discussion. I'm sure that there is much to discuss, but given the time constraint, I do believe that we need to organize our discussion. To each of our discussants, we will be providing 7 to 10 minutes each. And after we have heard from the discussants, we will go back to the presenters to either answer the questions that may come up or add to your presentations. We were not able to invite a discussant for the Korean language, so we would go back to Ms. Chung Hee-won afterwards so that she can add to our presentation. We will start with Lee Sun-young of CJENM, and then we'll go to Mr. Kang Kyu-sang of the Korea Tourism Organization. Lee Sun-young is working at the Convention Department of the CJENM. CJENM is well known as a company that promotes Korean culture overseas, making great contributions. Dr. Choi Ji-young's presentation on the last 20 years of the Korean wave will be discussed based on the experience of CJ. And please also mention your presentation concerning your discussion concerning the Korean wave. You have the floor. Good afternoon. As I've been introduced, I am Lee Sun-young. Well, Dr. Choi has presented the last 20 years of the Korean wave, particularly the achievements, and we believe that it was a very meaningful research that was conducted. CJENM has conducted Korean wave businesses continuously, and so concerning the presentation that you have presented, I would like to speak from a corporate perspective, how we have conducted the Korean wave businesses, what kind of results that we have had. And we have had 8 years of business related to KCON, and how have we grown that business. I would like to share some examples with you. And I believe that it would complement the presentation by Dr. Choi. Well, I would like to talk about the KCON project. The KCON project is bringing together various aspects of concerts. For example, it's a different twist on concerts. KCON has the Korean wave at the center of our concert, and we also have various programs related to K-culture. So it's more of a festival rather than a concert. K-pop stars, they have concerts all over the world, and these concerts are not just simple concerts, but it would be a festival to bring together all people who are interested in K-culture so that they can interact with each other and enjoy various programs. We have started this project in the US in 2012, so it's been about 8 years, and we have conducted these programs in 8 different countries, and the accumulated visitors is about 1.1 million people. We have seen the growth of KCON during the last 8 years, but as you're well aware, because of COVID-19, we were not able to conduct any of the offline events that we had planned. But we actually transformed them to online events, and under the name of K-Contact, we have conducted K-culture festivals in February and June. Each of the festivals lasted for about 6 to 7 days. So these were offline events that were transformed into online events. And as a result, from 150 countries, people participated in these programs, and on the average, 5 million people viewed these events. So for the last 7 years, we have been able to invite 1.1 million visitors to our festivals, but you can see that a five-fold of them, 5 million people, have participated in the online events. We have conducted KCON for a very long time, and we have been able to grow this event because of 2 reasons. There are 2 important reasons why we have been able to grow KCON. First, K-pop started as a simple genre of music, and that was expanded to TV drama, film, food, cosmetics, and other industries. I think that is one important point. So if you actually go to the site of these festivals, K-pop is the core content, but people can enjoy various events with other relevant industries such as K-food, K-film, and K-TV drama. So you can see that K-pop is being expanded to other industries. And it's not a simple festival, but it is an opportunity to introduce relevant industries. So it's becoming a platform for other industries to find their audience. And we see that there is the power of these festivals to grow and change. These festivals have been structured in that specific way. We are not providing all of the contents. If we had provided all of the contents, then it would have been very difficult to continue the growth of our festivals. But because we provided a platform, it had the power to grow. Second is related to engagement. So it's not about having a simple concert where the artists stand on stage to deliver the contents, but it's a way of the K-pop stars to meet the fans. So we have more opportunities for engagement compared to standard concerts. And we also see community activities by fans through panel sessions and workshops. The fans, they create their own communities. They are able to find the sense of belonging to a community, and they are able to see that they are not the only ones enjoying this culture. They can become more confident about enjoying this culture because they see other people enjoying this culture. And so we can see that fans are able to mature through these communities. Concerning various policies, we have heard about sustainability, and many proposals were made by Dr. Che. But as someone in practice,
전개하면서
I would like to
조금
share
지원이나 그런
some
것들을 받았으면 좋겠다고
points
생각하는
that
부분들을 좀 정리해
we
보면요.
would like to be supported on.
우선 말씀해 주신 것처럼
But
그
as you
빅데이터
have
같은 것들이 좀
mentioned,
있었으면
we would
좋겠다는
like to
생각
see
많이 하고
big
있습니다.
data.
저희가 새로운 지역에 들어갈
If we
때
want to
그
move into a
지역하고
new
관련된 여러
market,
가지 정보가 상당히
we
부족한
lack
케이스가 많이
information and
있습니다.
data
그래서
about
저희
that
나름대로
specific
여러
area
가지 지표들과
in most
자료들을
cases.
활용해서
So we try to
그
use
지역의
as
관리,
many
과연 사업성
indicators
능력을
as
확인하기
possible
위해서 굉장히
to
노력하고
test
있는데
the
그런
marketability of
것들이
that
조금
region.
더 체계적으로 좀
But if we
있었으면
were to
좋겠고
have
좀 더
systematic data,
디테일하게
that would be
들어가자면
great.
그
In
지역의
more
어떤 문화적인
detail,
트렌드라든지
we would like
지역
information
내
about
기반 사업,
cultural
관련
consumption
사업들이 어느
trends,
정도
as
진행되고
well
있는지에
as the
대한 정보가
maturity
있으면
of
저희가 그 지역을 파악하고
performance
정확히
and
들어가는 데
concert
있어서 굉장히
markets.
도움이 될 것
That would
같습니다.
be greatly helpful.
그리고 제가 알기로 이제 각종
To the best
그
of my
정보와
knowledge,
관련돼서 한국
related
문화원이라든지
to
각
various
지역
data,
내에서 계시는 분들이
the
이제
Korea Cultural
한류와 관련된
Centers,
사업들을 많이
they
하시는데
have various
그 사업과
Korean wave
관련돼서 어떤
projects.
결과라든지 성과에 대해서 좀
But I don't
공유를
think there
받거나
is
그런 것들을
active
좀
sharing
파악할 수 있는
about the results of
루트가 좀
such
있었으면
projects. So we would
좋겠다는
like to see a
생각이 들거든요.
channel to
이유는 이제
share
통계적인
the
자료만
results
봤을 때는
of
어느 정도
Korean
파악이 되는
wave
부분이
projects by
있겠지만
Korean cultural
그거를 이제
centers.
직접적으로 사업을 했던
Of course,
분들한테 좀 그런
it's
내용들을
good to see
들으면
the
많은 도움이 될
numbers,
것
but if
같습니다.
we could hear from those who
그리고
actually
그 저희가
participated in
이제
these
이 큰
projects,
규모의 사업을
it
하다
would be
보니까
very
이제
helpful.
지역의
Because we
행정적인
have
부분이라든지
large-scale
이런 것들이 좀
projects, we
지원을 받으면 좀 도울
sometimes
수 있는 상황이 많이
wish
있고요.
that we could have
그다음에
administrative
이제
support.
이게 이제 저희는 사업을 하는 사람이다 보니까
And because we are in business, tax is always a big issue. So we would like advisory or consulting concerning taxes.
그래서 이제 뭐 저희가 뭐 세액 공제라든지 이런 부분도
And also concerning tax benefits, I think we see that we have very low tax benefits compared to other countries. And sometimes tax benefits do not apply to income that has been raised overseas. And so we would like to see improvements on these fronts. If we have such support, then we would be able to make a bold decision concerning the business and have a more sustainable business in the future. Having listened to Dr. Che's presentation, I shared with you some of the ideas that came to my mind. Thank you very much.
여러 가지 중요한 말씀을
Thank you. You made very important comments, especially from the perspective of business, how to promote Korean Wave.
And the support that you would like from the public sector. The Korea Culture and Tourism Institute and the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism surely needs to discuss these requests for support, and our institute will definitely discuss these issues.
Let's move on to the second discussant that is going to discuss tourism trends in a particular region. It is where most Koreans visit, and we also have a large inbound tourism from this region, Southeast Asia. So I'd like to invite team leader Chang Kyu-sang for his discussion. Hello. As introduced, I am Kang Kyu-sang, I am the team head of the Southeast Asian region at the Korea Tourism Organization. In this session, we're discussing Korean Wave and New Southern Policy and tourism promotion. This is exactly what Korea Tourism Organization is doing. So I'm very happy that we are part of the session. Culture and tourism and Korean Wave, these are all very important in promoting tourism. In my presentation, in my discussion, I'm going to discuss what we've been experiencing, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic, and some points that I want to make. Ms. Yoo Ji-yoon gave a wonderful presentation. I was able to learn a lot, but now we're going through an unprecedented global challenge of COVID-19. This has been huge disruption. Now, we all need to develop new strategies and we need to think about what to do next. But still, the New Southern Policy region or the Southeast Asian region is really important for all of us. In the presentation, she mentioned that Korea is positioned as a country where low-budget travelers can visit. I'd like to make some comments about that. There may be several reasons why, and I have not made an analysis myself, But when you think about Singapore, the Philippines, or Vietnam, people in these countries may travel to other Asian countries, and they may compare their experiences in other countries with Korea. And Korea, they may think that prices in Korea are quite high and expensive. But I think that we need to improve the quality of tourism experiences rather than pursuing a quantitative growth as we are going through the pandemic. We may not be able to switch our direction overnight, but I believe that we need to put more focus on improving the image and the brand and the prestige of Korea so that Korea can be positioned as a premium tourist destination. Of course, among Korean Wave fans, those in the late teens and early 20s, they may not have a lot of purchasing power, but these are the young people who are interested in Korean culture and they have high loyalty to the Korean culture. But I wonder how many of these Korean Wave fans can come to Korea. So this is a big question. Then we may also need to be able to appeal to those who have the purchasing power so that they can come to Korea and visit here and also spend their money while traveling in Korea. So this is something that we need to do. We need to upgrade the position of Korea so that Korea can be differentiated from other Southeast Asian countries where they can easily go and at low budget. In the presentation, Singapore was mentioned. And in a recent survey in Singapore, 40% of the respondents said that they would love to go to Korea when the pandemic is over. When travels resume after the pandemic, I expect that there will be more tourists coming from Singapore and other countries, and we need to develop new strategies. There are some news reports about Singapore and Hong Kong offering the COVID bubbles for tourists. There will be many obstacles and hurdles that we may encounter, and there may be price hikes. But then we need to identify which countries can send tourists to Korea. And by identifying our target audiences, we need to develop strategies specifically for each of these countries. Recently, at Gyeongbok Palace, BTS performed a wonderful concert. And this is what you may think. BTS is globally very popular, and they received awards in the US. What is the direct impact of BTS popularity on Korean tourism? This may be a research question or a topic that you may be interested in. Let me share with you a recent case. There is a guide tour program in Gyeongbok Palace, and 700 students from Canada purchased the online tour for Gyeongbok Palace. This was very encouraging because BTS had performance at Gyeongbok Palace. It was reported globally. And thanks to this, these Canadian students were able to sign up for the online virtual tour of Gyeongbok Palace. And there, the teachers were happy that the Gyeongbokgung Palace is a historic site, and there are valuable lessons that students can learn. I believe that was one of the reasons why they decided to purchase this tour program. Be it the Korean Wave or the Korean language education, there are other cultural contents we can utilize to attract foreign tourists. And this is what the Korean tourism promotion activities we've been doing. And in Dubai, there was an interesting experiment that we conducted. In the Middle East, in Dubai, there are people who would compare the European countries with Korea. Traveling or flying to Europe is cheaper than flying all the way to Korea from Dubai. Of course, there are people who have loyalty to the Korean wave and those who are very much in favor of Korea. But in general, most travelers may consider the cost aspect because the flights to Korea are much more expensive than flights to Europe. But when there was a theme of cherry blossoms in Korea was introduced, and when these beautiful landscape or nature was promoted, then we were able to see that people in the 30s and 40s and 50s, they would love to visit Korea. But for the middle-aged men in their 40s and 50s, they didn't really have much loyalty towards Korea previously, but visiting a places full of cherry blossoms was something that they always desired. But going all the way to Japan was more expensive, and it was not easy for them to do so. Now, we saw that there was a niche, and we promoted Korea as a destination for them to go and enjoy the cherry blossoms in the spring, and we promoted the merits and benefits of visiting Korea instead of Japan for cherry blossom experiences. So that was quite successful in appealing to these people in Dubai. Likewise, for Southeast Asian travelers, we can continue to position Korea as a premium tourist destination. While there are low-cost options such as LLCs, we also need to promote Korea as a quality tourist destination for those who are able to spend more. While we're going through the pandemic, I think that we need to spend this time in building up our infrastructure and developing tourist programs and other promotional activities. Then I believe that we can appeal to broader traveler base so that we can target different groups, not only those who love K-Wave, but also other tourists. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As you have experience on site, you have been able to share your experience with us. Thank you very much. We will need to conduct discussions concerning the Korean language. So let us go back to Dr. Chung Hee-won, and would you like to add to your presentation on the cultural power of the Korean language?
Thank you. I've been working in this field for the past 20 years. I talked about the quantitative growth, but when it comes to Korean language teacher education, the recognition has been changed. According to the Korean Language Basic Act, now we have teacher certification program. Up until then, there was not enough understanding about the competency of Korean language teachers. And people would think that, oh, I speak Korean, I'm a native speaker of Korean, so I can teach Korean. So that was the previous perception. And in the past, there were many Korean language teachers who used to have a different career, but would have become the Korean language teachers by chance. And there were many pedagogical issues. And they may also apply some of the old style teaching methods, and some of the awkward expressions were taught. But now, for the past 15 years, there's been an increase in recognition for the need to have specially trained Korean language teachers. And we now have an understanding that teacher certification is needed for Korean language teachers. Now, when the King Sejong Institute Foundation decided to train Korean language teachers, there was a good support. And there are now many Korean language teachers who are certified and properly trained. And also in China, there are many academic society activities involving Korean language education. And I once visited one of these academic conferences, and I was quite impressed by the quality of papers and presentations there on Korean language education. So I can see that there is a good local basis for Korean language education. During the presentation about K-Wave, there were teaching materials that were developed at Korean University of Foreign Studies regarding BTS. And we all want to develop teaching materials that are based on Korean Wave so that we can appeal to those who love Korean culture. I remember learning English by watching American drama such as Friends. Likewise, there are people who love Korean culture, and there are people who are out there who want to learn the Korean language by using the Korean songs and lyrics. But unfortunately, some of these lyrics contain some vulgar words or not improper words. But still, I believe that there are many different ways we can utilize the Korean culture content, K-Wave content, in developing teaching materials. Thank you.
Thank you. The linguistic features of K-pop, and there could be difficulties in incorporating K-pop into language education, but there's also room for utilization. We have had Mr. Lee Sun-hyung speak about Dr. Che's presentation, so maybe we can go back to Dr. Che for any additional comments. Well, CJ is conducting K-cons, and K-cons have a long history, and we have seen the development of K-con. And we always realize that it must have been very difficult to start this program from a private company, and we applaud you for your efforts. Such a model has been attempted by other government organizations such as KOTRA. But because K-con already has its history, it's very difficult to start something new without that history and take root. So K-con is an opportunity to showcase Korean culture and also to have various exchanges. And that would be an opportunity to converge various cultures with K-pop, and it's something that is very difficult for the government to do. I look forward to the continuous development of K-con, and you talked about the necessity of big data, and many other people have mentioned this to me. Well, conducting research, we see that the need for K-pop has been mentioned already 10 years ago, and we see that some projects did start, but they were not continued to provide enough of a big data. So since many people are asking for big data, we now see the necessity for accumulation of data, because we know that the accumulation of data will be essential information for people working on site, and it could also be an archive for the fans to learn about Korean culture. And what is more important is that it could become the written history of our popular culture. If we miss this, then it would be very difficult to build a museum in the future to show how our popular culture developed. And so we would not have any contents for the museums to be built in the future. So we will need to start this business as soon as possible. We will need the private sector to conduct such business with the support of the government, and I think we need to be true to the fundamentals.
Thank you very much. Any other comments about regulatory support or any other regulations that need to be changed regarding taxation or other support from the government?
Well, tax benefits, we do provide tax benefits, although the support is quite fragmented. Well, I did conduct tax benefit topic last year in my research. And I think many people have questions on what kind of tax benefits exist. And so, concerning what benefits are available and how they can be applied should be brought into a single manual, I think, so that this information can be shared easily. And we need to also expand as much tax benefits as possible for the cultural industry. We will research this. Yes, thank you very much. Companies including CJ, E&M have various needs. From the government perspective, we need to also verify the policy effect. And so I believe that mutual trust based on the sharing of data is necessary. That is the only way for us to look into what has been effective for the people and for the national growth, as well as the spreading of the Korean wave. And I think our institute should research these topics.
Finally, I am going to invite the third presenter who discussed Korean wave and Korean tourism. You may not only add additional comments about your presentation, but also respond to the comments made by Kang Kyu-sang. Mr. Kang Kyu-sang made some very important comments about the practical aspects of tourism promotion, especially when it comes to the issues of value for money. Korea has been recognized as a place where there's low value for money, but this is something that we need to turn it into momentum opportunity to drive up the image of Korea as a premium destination. So this is something very important, and I agree with what he said. I believe that we need a two-track strategy. On one part, we have to promote Korea as a place for value for money and also heart for money. The Southeast Asian population is very young and they love Korean culture. And Southeast Asian tourists who are coming to Korea are relatively young and they have desire for Korean culture and they love shopping in Korea and they also want to stay in nice and clean accommodations. But when it comes to satisfying these needs, there is some lack in terms of how we've been satisfying their needs. So I believe that we need to promote and have guest houses and other accommodations that are affordable but safe and clean. So this is something that we can promote and support with our policy. Also, as we're discussing in the session, we talk about the Korean wave, and we need to offer and increase more connectivity with the Korean wave. A lot of people understand Korea as a country of BTS, but where can they go at the airport or at the railway station or at many contact points? We should be able to make sure that they can be exposed to BTS or K-culture related products and services. In other words, I believe that we need to increase contact points for Korean wave at many different locations and places, because many of these people from Southeast Asia come to Korea to enjoy Korean culture and Korean popular culture. So we need to increase such contact points. So that's one track. And the other track is promoting Korea as a premium destination. Now, with this COVID-19 pandemic, there is a growing recognition of Korea as a country where excellent health system is in place, and Korea has been successful in responding to COVID-19. Now we're aiming for a post-pandemic era. Now, when the pandemic is over, which countries would they want to visit? Korea is usually one of the top 3 countries where they want to visit because they want to visit a safe country, they want to send their children to a safe place. In that sense, as we continue to promote the image of Korea as a clean and safe country, this is going to help us right along this current trend. We have excellent disease control systems and measures in place, and we have a good healthcare system, and we can make connections with these strengths and attributes that we have. So by connecting tourism with healthcare and disease control, we can promote Korea as a place for wellness. Wellness or well-being is a balance between the mind and the body. In the past, health was mainly focused on physical health, and medical care was focused on treating the diseases. But now, wellness and well-being is more about promoting integrated well-being and welfare of individuals. So it is about providing preventive care before any disease happens. And if we can integrate that and connect that to tourism, this is going to be very successful. And already there are demands and needs for such services in the market. Since 4 years ago, the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism has been designating wellness tourist destinations, but these were mainly focused on the domestic tourism. And we still have a long way to go before we can position ourselves as the destination for well-being for inbound tourists. But I believe that the pandemic is a good opportunity for us to do so. More than half of the Korean population have experienced the COVID blue, and that's also the case for other countries. Many people are concerned about their mental health and well-being, and we can promote that Korea is a place where they can come and be healed. And we can also emphasize on the preventive medical care that we can provide to inbound tourists for their integrated well-being. We have excellent medical and healthcare resources. They can lead to high value-added tourism. In other countries, there are well-being focused resorts that are much more expensive than ordinary resorts. And wealthy people may travel to other countries for healing and for well-being and to recover their health and recover their beauty. So these are the global trends for high value-added travelers. In that sense, I hope that Korea will pursue this two-track approach while we tap into increasing value for money for low-budget travelers and positioning Korea as a premium destination. In addition, Vietnam and the Philippines, they speak languages, minority languages. So compared to Japan or China, we don't have language support for these travelers coming from Southeast Asia. I hope that we will also improve in this area so that we can offer better services for these travelers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for mentioning the overview of this topic and proposing some alternatives. We are here at the fourth session of the Global Korea Convention 2020. The overall topic for the convention is Korea, a leading country contributing to peace, prosperity, and sustainable development. Our topic is the expansion of cultural cooperation based on culture, tourism, and the Korean wave. Peace, co-prosperity, sustainability, these are keywords that we have already discussed today. Dr. Yoo Ji-un talked about the 3 Ps for the new Southern policy: people, peace, and prosperity. When we conduct cultural cooperation, when we talk about peace and sustainability, it's not just about Koreans, but it's about people around the world. We are all equal, and we need to achieve peace and prosperity together. Through culture, we have that hope and responsibility to achieve peace and prosperity through culture. Thank you very much for joining us today via our online and offline platforms. We will now turn the microphone back to our MC. Thank you very much, President Kim Dae-kwan, for moderating the session. Thank you to the presenters and discussants. We would like to ask you to remain seated until the very end.
We
would now like to invite Mr. Park Chan-wook of the Korea Culture and Tourism Institute for his closing remarks. Good afternoon. As I've been introduced, I am Park Chan-wook of the Korea Culture and Tourism Institute. To foreigners, when we ask them, why do you enjoy Korean contents? They don't say that they like Korea. They usually say they like the song, they like the movie. And their interest for contents and stars will then expand to the Korean language and traveling to Korea as well as Korean products. This means that the Korean wave is not only unique to Korea, but it also has elements that is universally attractive to people around the world. Without this universal appeal, I don't think we can explain the popularity of the Korean wave. And so the Korean wave is the new thing to enjoy for people around the world. I do believe that we need to cooperate based on this understanding. We usually had the cultural waves starting from the West, but the Korean wave enables us to talk about the cultural wave from the East. The US was the representative culture in the past, but now we see that Asian culture can also be facilitated through the Korean wave. We look forward to various systems to facilitate co-investments into the Korean culture, and so we would need vehicles for investments. Other than that, thus far we have always concentrated on creating contents and producing contents in Korea, but we hope that we can create contents from around Asia together. Non-face-to-face businesses are growing rapidly due to COVID-19, and so Netflix and other global OTTs are coming into the Korean market, which is of concern to some people. And so I do believe that we need to view foreign OTTs as partners for co-growth. And so maybe we can look into ways to partner with OTTs to move into other markets. Many people mentioned tourism. For example, we see tourism expanding because of Hollywood in the US. So we need to think of some infrastructure that can facilitate Korean wave-based tourism. Thank you very much for your participation. I'm glad that we were able to host this session. We look forward to future opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Center Director Park Chan-wook, for your words. With this, let us conclude the session on promoting cultural cooperation based on cultural tourism and the Korean wave. You can watch the session again on the YouTube later on. Thank you very much for your participation.